Going through now.
Okay. Okay.
Salam alaikum wa rahmatullah wa
Just one
barakatuh.
second, Brother Ulil. Just
Okay.
one second. We're just not quite ready yet.
Okay.
Yeah. Have we got the right?
Sent it to you.
Okay, Brother Ulil. Inshallah, you are live now. So I hand over to you to get the session started.
Thank you, Sister Nahid. Salam alaikum. Welcome everyone to the International Quranic Translators Conference of 2023. This is a very great conference, conversation on the Quranic translation, a project that has been done by many scholars, people from around the world. And this is a great conference that we have today. Welcome to this conference. Good morning to friends in the US. Good afternoon, friends in Asia, in Europe, and some of the African countries. We're going to have a first session today. Actually, this is the second day of our conference, and we're going to have a great scholar speakers today. We have 6 speakers plus 1 keynote speakers. I will start with the keynote speakers by Dr. Ibrahim Negam. Dr. Ibrahim Negam earned his BA in Islamic Studies from Al-Azhar University in Cairo, where he graduated as the top student in his class in 1995.
Brother Ulil,
yes.
may I think we have a change in the program. Today we have Brother Amr Sufi, who is our keynote.
Okay, so we start.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Just a moment. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry, Nahid. So we have the first speakers is Brother
Amr Sufi.
Sorry. Just a moment. Sorry, I'm still looking at the. Okay, so we have keynote speakers today. Dr. Ahmad Bilal Sufi. Ahmer Bilal Sufi is a well-known international lawyer from South Asia and ex-federal law minister of Pakistan. He is currently member of ICC Court of Arbitration in Paris. He has represented before ICJ and other international judicial forums. He chaired Advisory Council of Human Rights in Geneva. He also remained president of WWF Pakistan. And Mr. Sufi leads a globally ranked law firm, EBS and Co., and is founder of leading think tank, the Research Society of International Law, that emphasizes understanding of international law. His most recent project is the Quran Covenant Center, the QCC, an initiative that highlights the covenant structure of the Quran and consequently its defining legal implication on the believers via enhanced obligation to uphold private contract, legislative covenant, and international treaties. He is nearing completion of his detailed and unique study on the Quran covenant. Mr. Ahmed Bilal Sufi, you have 15 minutes sharp, and please, the platform is yours. Brother Sufi.
Sorry. The Quran's message, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Could you please put your camera on? So
Yes, I think I can.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. The Quran's message can be categorized in various manners. It can be viewed as a message delivered to the people of Arabia as an extensive sermon or a speech. Its divinity can be considered its basic feature. It can be viewed as a manual for humankind, or it can be viewed from a historical perspective. It can also be looked as a book of modern science by those who specialized in the field. It can be classified from a sociological lens as a book of social cohesion. It can also be taken as a book of rich literature. And at the same time, it can be looked as a book containing laws of Sharia. While there exists scholarship around a number of these facets, not much work has been undertaken which attempts to explore the Quran as a book whose fundamental architecture is legal or contractual in nature. One way to conceptualize this is to draw an analogy to the basic structure theory in the constitutional law developed by the superior courts of common law states. The theory argues that there exists a central theme and structure around which various provisions of the constitutional treaties are woven. In the same way, the covenant framework emerges as an important feature of the Quranic design around which the supplemental directions, advice, caution notes, assurances, warnings, and so forth are woven. Just as a fruit-laden tree often hides the design and architecture of its branches behind its abundant foliage, the covenant framework is also not immediately identifiable. The word covenant is used in its widest sense in the study. It includes not only, am I being heard? Hello?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, sorry.
yes, yeah. Your voice is
The
clear.
word covenant in its widest study, the word covenant is used in its widest sense in the study. It includes not only formal agreements, but also orally agreed understandings and implied covenant. It also contains representations, warranties, unilateral assertions or declarations by Allah, standing offers, and even assertions with the intent to be bound by the same. The designation of such an agreement as contract, covenant, or treaty does not much make difference, as all of these are covenants, provided there exists an indication in the Quran itself that upon the acceptance of a certain condition or assertion, the performance of a certain act, or upon the exercise of restraint to act in a certain manner, there will certainly follow some reward or consequence, including punishment, that is mentioned either in general or specific terms in the Quran. The covenant stands formed once a person does any of the above in consideration of a gain as promised by Allah, whether the consideration is material or not. Such an agreement that is to be formed need not be entered into formally, but may be established or deduced through the parties' relation and mutual course of conduct. These can be viewed as having the status of Ahad Allah. Sharia is the name given to body of law meant for believers to implement both in their personal and state affairs. Although the Quran is often viewed as book of Islamic or Sharia law, interestingly, there are very few legal provisions enforceable by the state. Out of over 6,000 verses of the Quran, only 100 deal with compulsory ritual practices like prayers and fasting and pilgrimage. 70 verses discuss personal law. About 70 deal with civil matters, and only 30 contain penal laws. In addition, around 20 verses relate to administration of justice. Some scholars count them differently. These small percentage of verses are clubbed together as the law of Sharia that is to be enforced at a government level as and when the Islamic government comes to power. So then, what is the legal nature of the remaining contents of the Quran. It is submitted that the same is like a private covenant between Allah and each of his believers. They can also be seen as numerous sub-covenants that are embedded in the master covenant of the Quran. They all, in one way or the other, package within them the dominant core message about the oneness of Allah. The remaining contents include warranties about Allah's supreme powers, his prophets, his books, and representations of the unseen day of judgment in bringing us all back to life. It is the term of the covenant to believe in all these representations. Sharia can also be called a substantive law drawn from the Quran, which deals with a variety of subjects relating to offenses, trials, and punishments. This is the law that regulates believers in this world. However, as mentioned above, its prerequisite is an existence of an Islamic state. Unless that state comes into existence, the traditional Sharia law relating to offenses, economy, or even, for instance, almsgiving cannot be institutionally enforced. The believer not living in an Islamic country can, on their own, direct their conduct following Sharia with respect for the statutory covenant that they have with Almighty. The greater the realization of the believer that they have been fulfilling the contractual terms executed between them and the Creator, the greater will be the keenness to continue implementing them. So while Sharia may be imposed by the government of today, regardless of the nature of the government itself, democracy, dictatorship, caliphate, the believer is obliged to honor the covenant they have with the Creator as a matter of personal obligation towards Allah. In other words, the contractual obligation towards Allah should be distinguished from the criminal law jurisprudence provided in the Quran. While there is one way of assessing the covenant-like nature of Quran, another is to look at the substance of the address and the nature of instructions or promises and to infer therefrom whether it is a covenant. This is a more purposive approach as opposed to the former, which is a textual approach. And it tells us that the dominant character of the Quranic verses is that of a pact or a legal contract with multiple entities and creations, including humans, as its subjects. In my work, I am exploring such pacts, pledges, and frameworks. If one were to focus on the substance of statements made in the Quran to ascertain whether they create multiple obligations between the addressor and the addressee, then one may find a plethora of examples. The contents of the statements, narrations, or events in the Quran often thus create certain relationships that can be identified as having contractual features. It is a recognized principle of contract law today that even the mere conduct of parties can give rise to the contractual obligations. When we look at some key phrases such as promise or pact in the Quran, we may be unwittingly narrowing the scope of our research. The contemporary law uses multiple names and titles to describe the relationship of parties in which one party commits in any form to perform an obligation towards the other for a consideration. The nomenclature of the relationship is not important. It is the substance that determines the character and the legal features of the relationship that the parties share between them. Certain actions or inactions, for instance, oral assent or acceptance by conduct on part of one party, can constitute establishing a binding relationship between Allah and the believer. Similarly, the modern law of contract notes that the offeree who does nothing or says nothing in response to an offer is not bound by it. Another form of covenant discussed is the unilateral representation by Allah of His power, might, and ability to change fate, events, hearts, and minds. It may appear as a statement guaranteeing or promising a specific outcome in case the offeree agrees to a certain behavior. It may take the shape of a notice giving a warning in a certain time for course correction. There remains a direct or indirect quid pro quo element in the transaction or relationship. It is submitted that the Quranic verses embody a covenant-based relationship between the author of the covenant and several entities such as Iblis, the jinn, his own messengers, and each member of his human race. The work that I am undertaking also looks at the covenants that are executed before the Quran, but they are mentioned in the Quran. And they are, for example, the covenant of Allah with the spirits of the human, which is the Alast contract, the covenant by Allah with himself, which is in the nature of a unilateral undertaking to run the universe up to a certain point in time. And then there is a covenant by Allah with the entire human race to act as a sustainer of the human race. And of course, we are familiar with the covenant that he had with Iblis, allowing him to time till the day of judgment. And in addition to that, there is a covenant of a consignor and a consignee, whereby Allah has made it a point to make sure that his message travels to each one of us. So the consignment of the message is received by each one of us today, living anywhere. And apart from that, the Quran also serves as a covenant of title of the properties and the title of the entire mass and material of the universe. It is like a title document, and he says it belongs to him. Then there are a set of covenants pursuant to Quran or under the Quran itself. The major ones are the covenant between Allah and the believers, which is in the nature of a standard term contract offered to the believers to accept it. And when they pronounce a kalma, that's an acceptance of the offer made by Allah. And then subsequent sub-covenants trigger. Another main covenant is the one with the non-believers. With the non-believers, it has an adversarial relation whereby they are being warned. And that relationship has its own disclosure of punishments, complete disclosure of what is going to be received if you continue to be a non-believer, and putting the non-believer on notice that he has time during his life to do the course correction. Then the Quran also authorizes and mandates that human beings can enter into contract with human beings. In other words, covenant by humans with humans. This could take the form of private contracts that we do in our daily life. They are mandated by Quran. This could take the form of legislative covenants, which may include the laws of the land where we live, because they are also part of social contract that we have in any state, whether we are living in a state of non-believers or in a state of believers. We have a constitutional obligation or a duty or a covenant, and therefore Quran is basically telling us, honor the law of the land where you live, unless, of course, the law is in deviation of your basic principles of Quran. And then finally, international treaties and conventions, they have to be honored by one state of believers with the other. And if there is an individual obligation pursuant to an international convention, that also needs to be honored. So if there's an international obligation relating to rights of laborers, relating to protection of environment, then that obligation has to be discharged by a believer in his own life personally as well. And that discharge of that obligation will be viewed as fulfilling the mandate given by the Quran itself. In addition to that, there are a list of Allah's warranties and representations. There's a covenant of a regulator, that he regulates our life in our own interest to balance various competing interests of various communities, nations, and people. He also has a covenant with his prophets, his attorneys and envoys to protect their honor, and the consequences of failure to protect the honor by any nation where they have been sent have also been disclosed. In addition to that, there are about 30 plus covenants that are mentioned in the Quran, whereby Allah has given a very explicit disclosure of them, that if we perform certain acts, we are entitled to certain benefits of access. For example, one of the major covenants is the covenant to access, meaning we can have access to Allah as and when we so desire. There is a covenant made by him that whenever you will reach out to me, I am available. There is no gatekeeper for access. There is a covenant of communication. I will communicate as and when you want to communicate with me. I am listening to whatever communication you are making. There is a covenant for prayer, that there is whatever prayers you make, I will answer them. There is a covenant for gratitude. If you offer gratitude, I will respond and I will benefit you even more. There is a specific covenant to grant forgiveness, that if you grant forgiveness to others, and I will also forgive you. There's a covenant of mercy, covenant of granting refuge. believers can have private covenants with Allah. Covenants of generosity is there. There's a covenant of a debtor and creditor. There's a covenant relating to excellence, that you have to excel in this world because you means the believer are the finest product of Allah. And he has made this claim, and there is an implied covenant to excel in the worldly roles that we possess, whether we are doctors, whether we are literature students, whether we are research scholars, whether we are into computers, we need to excel in that worldly role. And excellence is basically proving the claim of our being the best species he has created. So hence there is an implied covenant to excel. There is a covenant.
Mr. Sufi, you have 1 minute remaining. Sorry.
All right. So you have covenant with entrepreneurs and so on and so forth. There's a long list of those covenants, and that is to be found in my article that I have also flagged, I believe, in my introduction. So those who wish to read more about it. So let me conclude. Is that Quran is inextricably linked with the modern world and its practices. Its relevance to the present times is grossly understated. Some of us think of it as a respected relic of the past that should stay in the past, or we take it as a well-revered historic milestone that has been left behind in history. On the contrary, as this book to some extent is able to relate to the Quran with the modern laws and international conventions, this work will also show that Quran not only endorses them, but actually encourages the believers to follow both modern domestic and international laws as part of their religious duty. If the modern believer is able to see the connection between their everyday life and the Quran, which surely exists, they will realize that the Quran is a contemporary manual or a perfect constitution for group living. Let us not stand between the Quran and its intrinsic connection with the modern propositions in our daily life. That is where the covenant-based relation is crucial to recognize. Allah has a direct and uninterrupted contractual relation between a believer and himself on many counts, as I have indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ahmad Bilal Sufi, for a wonderful keynote speech. I will move to the next speakers. We'll start with Dr. Shahnaz Sheikh. Her presentation is titled "The Glorious Quran Word for Word Translation." So Dr. Sheikh is a prominent figure in the field of Islamic education. She has made significant contribution to the understanding of the Quran. Despite being a medical doctor, she embarked on a journey to acquire Islamic knowledge and became a Muslim by choice at the age of 32. Recognizing the importance of understanding the Quran, she compiled a word-for-word English translation, which has gained worldwide availability and is used in various apps and websites. To facilitate Arabic and Quranic studies in her school, Dr. Sheikh has compiled various resources, including Qaida for easy Quran reading, books for memorizing Surah and Masnoon Dua, and books for teaching Tajweed and Islamic studies to children. Dr. Shahnaz Sheikh, you have 10-minute sharp, and please maintain the time that we allocate to you. Dr. Shahnaz, please, the forum is yours.
Jazakallah khair. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulihi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. The title of my presentation today is the rationale behind the compilation of the word-for-word English translation of the Quran. We Muslims pray for Jannah, but many Muslims do not know the purpose of life, that this life is a test, that we can only pass the test after understanding and implementing the rules and regulations given in the Quran. And only then can we enter Jannah. Let's take the example of Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 135, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala orders the Muslims, Ya ayyuhalladhina amanu, kunu qawwamina bil qist. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling the believers to stand up for justice, even if it is against your own self, your parents, your relatives, and so on. Now, if people do not know this, then they may not stand up for justice. They may side with their parents and thus earn a sin. Let's take the analogy of a parrot in a cage who's taught, birdie, birdie, don't go out of the cage, otherwise the cat will eat you. One day, the door of the cage was open. The parrot escapes from the cage while saying, birdie, birdie, don't go out of the cage, otherwise the cat will eat you. And as the parrot did not understand the words he was saying, he gets out of the cage only to be eaten by the cat. Similarly, many Muslims who do not understand the Quran, in spite of praying for Jannah, may land up in hellfire, na'udhu billah. So why learn Quranic Arabic when one can just read the translation? Because translation is a human handiwork, whereas Quran is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. To feel the real charm of its originality by one's heart, mind, and ultimately by the soul, one should understand the Quran via the Arabic text. There are different approaches to learning a language. The classical approach is to learn extensive grammatical rules first. However, not everybody can learn a new language with this approach because of complexities like exception to the rule and so on. Just as everybody cannot become a doctor, engineer, pilot, etc., not all can become linguists and grammarians, but it is obligatory for all Muslims to understand what they are reading from the Quran if they want to be successful in this life and the next. Child learns vocabulary before learning grammar. Even an illiterate person can speak his mother tongue fluently and understand it without ever learning any grammatical rule. So that is the natural approach of learning a language. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says 4 times in the same surah, Surah Qamar, وَلَقَدْ يَسَّرْنَا الْقُرْآنَ لِلذِّكْرِ فَهَلْ مِن مُدَّكِرٍ. And indeed, we have made the Quran easy to remember. Is there any who will receive admonition, who will take heed? How can we receive admonition without understanding the Quran? Quranic Arabic is easy to learn. Approximately 78,000 words are there in the Quran, out of which 1,800 root words form the majority of the words, which are derived from them. If a student learns 10 new words every day, inshallah, he can understand the basic message of the Quran in a period of 7 months, inshallah. As was mentioned earlier, that Alhamdulillah, Quranic Arabic is being taught in Al-Mu'mina school in India. In India, the mother tongue of the children is neither Arabic nor English. And still, Alhamdulillah, because it is an English medium school, they are being taught Quranic Arabic in English, and mashallah, they are able to learn so well. We start in grade 3, and you can see here a student of Al-Mu'mina school. I believe people are not able to hear, so it's okay. I'm moving forward. And whoever wants the link to the YouTube video, it will be provided to you later, inshallah. So the technique here is that the student memorizes the meaning of frequently occurring words in the Quran in approximately 3 hours using the total physical interaction method. Then we start from Surah Fatiha. We do not start from the 30th juz because many words in the 30th juz are not oft repeated and may have in-depth meanings. So inshallah, within a few months, the student would have learned, alhamdulillah, many Quranic, hundreds, if not thousands of Quranic words. And this is how the Musaf looks. Alhamdulillah, it's been printed in India, in Bangladesh, in South Africa, in Malaysia, and it is available in Europe and in US on Amazon, alhamdulillah. You can see here that this is the Arabic, and just below it, you see the English translation has been provided. Now, what happens is the student learns, links the Arabic words to their English meaning so that whenever it is repeated, then they know it. And all efforts were taken to make the translation of an ayah into a meaningful sentence by putting few words in parentheses. Because some people feel that when we're doing the word for word translation, then we are not be able to make sense of the entire ayah. No, alhamdulillah, this particular translation, alhamdulillah, we can understand, alhamdulillah, the ayah. And we can use the same musab for recitation, and this will help in the constant revision. Also, the pronouns for Allah are capitalized and they are made bold so that they can be easily understood. Alhamdulillah. I would like to acknowledge my teacher, Abdul Ghafoor Parekh Sahib. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala increase in ranks in paradise. Ameen. He was a pioneer in starting Quranic Arabic classes worldwide, and his son, Saqib Parekh, is carrying forward his legacy. And Dr. Abdul Aziz Abdul Rahim is the founder of Understand Quran Academy. His website is understandquran.com, and he provided the software and designed the layout of the translation. Alhamdulillah. Last but not the least is my friend and co-compiler, Kausar Khatri, who's an educator who teaches Quranic Arabic in UAE. This work is available for free PDF download at emuslim.com. Online versions, many online versions are available. Many mobile apps, alhamdulillah, are available. One of them is Islam 360. Hard copy, as I said, is available on Amazon. YouTube videos, more than 600 YouTube videos have been made for the entire Quran, and they are available at Learn Quranic Arabic Quickly on YouTube. So, Jazakallahu khair for your patient listening. And most importantly, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for giving me an opportunity to present my work. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, Dr. Shehnaz Sheikh. It's a very wonderful presentation. And just a short and brief remark, this initiative by Dr. Sheikh to have Quran word for word is reminiscent of a similar project that we have in Indonesia. So there is also a similar initiative to translate the Quran word by word in Bahasa Indonesia, in Malay language, and also in some other local languages. Thank you, Dr. Sheikh, for this very beneficial presentation. And we have a next speaker, which is Dr. Sahib Mustaqim Bliha. The title of his presentation is the Wise Quran, the Eternal Books of Guidance translated into plain English. And okay, sorry, the presentation of title is what makes a what make a good Quranic translation. I will read a brief bio of Dr. Bliha. Dr. Sahib Mustaqim Bliha was born in Heidelberg, Germany in 1959, and whilst working as newspaper journalist and sub-editor, he was introduced to the Quran during extensive travel. After being impressed by what he read, he converted to Islam aged 21. and took a year out to study Islam and Arabic. He spent another year at the Islamic Foundation in Leicester whilst working on translation of Muhammad Haykal Hayatu Muhammad. This is a book on Sirah by Dr. Hussein Haykal into German for a German publisher. In UK, he organized a public campaign for the recognition of full-time Muslim faith school and developed an Islamic curriculum, and later on co-founded the Islamic Party of Britain, a political party with the objective of conveying Islam through political engagement, serving as its general secretary throughout the years of its existence. Upon the request of IDCI, a Dawa organization in Birmingham, UK, he undertook the task of editing Pickthall and Yusuf Ali translation of the Quran to make them more accessible by carefully replacing selected term and expression with more contemporary one. Dr. Bleha, you have 10 minutes sharp, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillahi sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. I have been, as a linguist, working in technical and legal translations for some 4 decades. And what I want to do today is share some of the issues, the challenges that a translator faces, which are really not different when it comes to translating the Quran from any other text, in the sense that what we're dealing with is transferring meaning from one language and style to another. Of course, the Quran is different in the sense that it is divine and nobody can understand the mind of God. And like Al-Ghidr says that you cannot have patience with what you don't know. Likewise, we cannot necessarily translate what we don't comprehend. And also the Quran is addressed to both men and jinn. And of course, there will be passages in there which will be understood by one and maybe not the other. Other than that, the common translation issues that we are dealing with of style, terminology, whether we have a literal or a cultural translation, etc., time, place, history, change of meaning, they are identical to any other translation. Talking about style, and it's never easy actually, because you can't just say that you can ever move from one language to another without losing meaning. Even when you use the very same word, let's say the sun and the moon, you think they're the same in every other language. But in German, for example, the sun is feminine, the moon is masculine, opposite to English. So even there are changes. When it comes to style, there are people like Jonathan Lombard, for example, who say, well, Quran is high literature. It doesn't need to be understood by everybody, just like Shakespeare isn't understood by everybody. But then not do I just disagree with that, but the Quran disagrees with Jonathan Lombard in that, because the Quran describes itself in the beginning of Surah Al-Baqarah as a book of guidance. Now, a guidance must be understood to be followed. If I go out in the street and want to know how to get to the town hall and I ask for directions, I don't want somebody to recite me a poem or sing some rap song or something. I want them to give me clear directions so I can find my way. So the Quran must be in an English, in a language that somebody can take from, that he can understand. And the Arabic Quran is in a language that is described as mubin, as clear, as easy to understand, or just we like just heard from Dr. Shanaz Sheikh that the Quran is built on a vocabulary that is also easy to remember. So we must bear that in mind when we do a translation. Like in my case, I spent 13 years translating the Quran in what I call plain English. So let me give some examples of what we encounter, because the dictionary approach does, of course, not work. Words have different meanings and they also change meaning, and we have derived meanings. For example, and we don't want to talk about 4-letter words, they changed meaning so much that now they're used as punctuation marks in the English language. So let's take a simple 3-letter word, a nut. What is a nut? The squirrel eats the nut. But when the mechanic works with the nut, it's a completely different thing. So you cannot use the same translation in another language for the same word, because it means something else in a different context. It has to be contextual. Take this a little bit further. If our mechanic lives in Americas, then he will keep his toolbox in the trunk and he works under the hood of the car. But if he lives in England, he works under the bonnet and he keeps his tools in the boot. All these were items originally referring to clothing. Now, hijab, on the other hand, now referring to clothing, is an item that once had nothing to do with that and was a dividing partition in a room. We have the same in Arabic, for example, or we have the word wahi. Very important concept. Allah reveals through the angel Jibril to a prophet who conveys the message. Yet the term wahi is also used in Surah An-Nahl, where Allah does not reveal through the angel Jibril to the bee, but he inspires the bee, or rather we're talking about provides the bee with its instinct of what it should be doing. We have in Surah Maryam, for example, Zakaria alayhi salam, when after being given the good news of having a son, he wants a sign. He's told to fast for 3 days from speaking. So he goes out and doesn't speak. Awha ilayhim. He didn't reveal to the people that they should pray morning and night. He signaled to them. So the word wahi here means signaling. It's completely different. So these are another example, other, harm or hurt in the Quran. In the ayat, la yarudunaka illa adha, it means an insult. They won't harm you other than in a form of insult. But if we go to the instructions on Hajj, the pilgrimage, and we talk about the person who may shave his hair early because he has adha mirasi, he has adha on his head. Well, it's not a headache, it's a disease. It's not a hurt, it's not a harm, it's something completely different, but the same word is used. So we have to be very careful and we have to be contextual. We had that yesterday with the word darab. Darab translated to beat, but that's the translator's choice. It doesn't always mean to beat. If Allah daraba mathalan, if he coins a similitude, he doesn't beat about the bush, he coins a similitude. Just like when we hit the road, we don't beat the tarmac. These words have different meanings in different environments. Even propositions, for example, culturally, in Germany, children play on the street. The street is the tarmac. In England, they play in the street because that's the space enclosed by the houses. It's different. Likewise, in Arabic, in paradise, rivers flow under, tahtiha al-anhar. But that sounds like an elaborate sewage system, which it is not. In English, well, they flow through the landscape. In Arabic, because the water is below the surface. In English, because we look at the wider picture. Just like we look at the street enclosed by buildings, we look at the landscape that rivers flow through. And we have to bear that in mind with our translation. I'm mindful I only have 3 minutes, so I rush through. There is also the historical understanding. People, we have to be humble in our approach. People who were attending the Battle of Uhud definitely understand those ayats better than we do. On the other hand, they would not until recently have properly understood the ayat in Surah Yunus that tells us that the body of the Pharaoh would be preserved for later generations. We now know that it has been discovered as a mummy, but back then these ayats were not open. And we must have an open mind likewise, that we don't read our own ideology and interpretations in the Quranic text. So what makes a good translation? In my view, a good translation has to be purposeful. That means it has to bear in mind the target audience. It has to be for a specific audience. If you want to create a Quran in a simple language, you do that. If a Quran for converts, you may leave some terms like Bewley did in there, Salah, Zakah, you don't need to translate them. If you have a specific Quran for Dawa, for biblical correspondence, like Kaskas did, or maybe highlighting various Qira'at, like bridges, then this is your purpose and you must be consistent in that. You can't change register halfway through. And you have to be honest in that you separate clearly comments and additions. you don't mix the text of the Quran with what you understand to be the Quran. This is all very challenging, and therefore, like any translation, but more so because it's the divine word, not easy. Now, what actually makes a good translation? I think ultimately the success is decided by the reader, because the reader will take from it, will like it, will benefit from it. The Quranic translation then becomes popular, and that ultimate success is from Allah. So I think rather than we talked about authentication and things like that, we need to let the reader decide, and of course it must be available and affordable as well. We need to let the reader decide whether a Quran translation ultimately, whether a translator has done his job. But these are some of the issues, and there are many more that have to go into approaching the subject in order to arrive at a easy to read but eloquent transferal of meaning and style from the Arabic language to the English language or any other language that we might want to translate the Quran into. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wonderful presentation by Dr. Bleha on the challenge of making a good translation of the Quran to the modern audience. Thank you, Dr. Bleha. And also thank you for being speaking in 10 minutes sharp. Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Our next speaker is Mr. Munir Masjid. His title of the Quranic translation is The Glorious Quran, Explanatory Translation with Symbol Interpretations. And he will be speaking on the drama in the Quran. Mr. Munir Masjid is a Jordanian-Palestinian poet, novelist, translator, and visionary who wrote numerous books and articles and make a mark on the international scene and found international recognition. He is also the founder of non-governmental organizations called Munir Masjid Foundation for Art and Culture. Mr. Masjid writes in both English and Arabic. As a poet, Mr. Masjid is well known for his vision for absolute poetry, who brought new ideas, vision, and images to the world of poetry. His poems have been published worldwide and translated from English to Romanian, Spanish, French, Italian, Polish, Danish, Greek, German, Portuguese, etc. So, Mr. Munir Masjid, you have 10 minutes. Please, the frame is yours. Mr. Masjid.
I'm not sure that Brother Munir has joined us. I can't see him online. We were expecting him this morning. We'll give him a couple of minutes. If not, we will move on to the next speaker, who is Brother Badr Hashimi. If we just, Brother Munir, are you online? No. I suggest then we move on to our next speaker, then Brother Ulil.
Okay, Sister Nahid. We'll move on to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Brother Badr Hashimi, I guess, yes. And his title, the title of Quranic translation done by Brother Hashimi is Allah Speaks to You in the Quran. The title of his presentation today is The Quran and Contemporary Issues, some same-gender marriages and head covering for the ladies. Brother Hashimi studied economics at the University of Cambridge, UK, and trained as professional economist at the World Bank / IMF Institute of Development Economics. He studied the Quran for 23 years and has invested the time to publish the English tafsir in 2022. It is in 4 volumes with 2,500 pages. His present translation presented to this conference is co-product of the tafsir. His translation is titled Allah Speaks to You in the Quran, published in 2023. His other publications include Living with the Prophet Muhammad, The Divine 99, The Blessed Name of Allah, Introducing the Quran, Journeying Through the Quran, English Paraphrasing of the Quran. He also lectures on the theme of the Quran, in particular those relating to the challenges of 21st century. Brother Hashmi, you have 10 minutes, please. Brother Hashmi, are you with us?
Brother Hashmi is online. Hopefully he will set us up now. Brother Hashmi?
He's there.
Okay, we can see he is online. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure why
What's
he's
happening here.
I don't see his name.
It is Badr. Okay. So maybe we need to move on to the next person, and then when Brother Badr is ready, we'll come back to Brother Badr.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So then we move on to the next speaker, Sister Nahid.
Yes, let's move on to the next speaker. And yes, I think let's move on to Brother Paigam Mustafa.
Okay. So sorry for the two speakers who cannot be present with us, and we're going to move to the next speaker, which is Brother Paigam Mustafa. His work of the Quranic translation is titled "The Quran, God, a Message to Mankind." His presentation today is titled "Key Requirement of a Translation." Mr. Mustafa, born in 1958 in Pakistan in a family of Sunni parents of Indian heritage. In the 1980s, Brother Mustafa questioned the anomalies that exist between what people practice and what is in the Quran. This steered him to research Islam. Publishing sector, producing periodical and newspapers, the Tribune, the Buccaneer, City Life, and Nation Life, and others. Brother Mustafa was also contributing editor of Sign International from 1991 to 2006, and Friday Standard from 1987 until 2001. His publication include The Quran, God, Message to Mankind, and also, okay, without traditional or cultural bias and fully annotated throughout. This exposition is uniquely based on classical root rules and essential features conventional translation do not have. So, okay, so Brother Mustafa will be presenting his speech through a pre-recorded presentation, I guess. And then we will have Q&A live with him after the whole presentation is done. So can we screen his presentation? Okay.
Salam alaikum, ladies and gentlemen and colleagues. It is a privilege and honor to be invited by the International Quran Research Association, and I would like to thank the organizers for their immense efforts in holding this event with participants from all over the world. I would also like to thank you for joining me today as we explore the key requirements for translating the Quran. This is a book Muslims believe to be the Word of God, holds immense significance for millions of people around the world. However, due to various factors, including language barriers and inadequate translations, its true message often remains inaccessible or misunderstood. Today, we delve into the challenge of the Quran translations and discuss the essential elements necessary for an accurate and reliable rendition. One of the common perceptions is that the Quran can be interpreted in many numerous ways. While it's true that different sects and translators may have differing perspectives, there is a prevailing consensus among them that traditional translations of the Quran should be followed. These traditional beliefs have influenced the understanding of the Quran for centuries, but may not always capture the essence accurately. To better understand the challenges facing in translating the Quran, let us briefly reflect on the historical context. The first translation of the Quran was completed in 1649 by Alexander Ross, a Scots clergyman who translated it from French. Unfortunately, this translation had an anti-Islamic perspective and influenced subsequent translators until 2016, when the Quran New Millennium Exposition was published, an exposition based on the original classical Arabic. The Quran is in Arabic, and while Arabic-speaking individuals make up only 16% of Muslims worldwide, many of them are illiterate. This means that the comprehension of the Quran message is limited, even among Arabic speakers. Furthermore, among the remaining 84% of the Muslims, very few understand that Arabic is not a concept language, and therefore their knowledge may be inadequate for a deep understanding of the Quran. Many individuals have mentioned the Quran showing impressive recitation skills. However, reciting from memory does not guarantee a comprehensive understanding of the message. Often people simply follow the practices passed down through the generations without grasping the true meaning of the Quran. Imams hold significant position in the interpretation of the Quran. Their interpretations are considered final, and many attempts to review or reinterpret the Quran may be seen as undermining Muslim unity. However, it is important to note that such unity is often based on blind faith rather than a shared understanding. Some individuals believe in diverse meanings or hidden mystical aspects of the Quran, adding to the complexity of the interpretation. It is crucial to dispel the notion that the Quran can be interpreted arbitrarily, or that there can be countless interpretations. The Quran, like any language, follows specific rules and guidelines. Interpretations that deviate from these rules, regardless of how they are widely accepted they may be, are considered incorrect. Random interpretations undermine the Quran's precise and clear guidance. Recognizing the disparity between the Quran's message and the prevalent practices, I embarked on a mission to provide a more accurate rendition. The Quran New Millennium Exposition, published in 2016, is a culmination of over 30 years of research and offers a fresh perspective on the Quran's message. So the key requirements for translating the Quran. These are, firstly, exposition rather than translation. The Quran New Millennium Exposition is not just a translation but an exposition. This distinction frees it from the usual difficulties faced by traditional translations. It focuses on conveying the message effectively rather than mirroring the exact language, making it more relevant to a contemporary audience. 2. The authority and reliability. The Quran New Millennium Exposition is authoritative and reliable due to the foundation in principles and rules that can be verified by the reader. This quality enhances the trustworthiness, especially when dealing with controversial concepts. Readers can verify the accuracy and establish a stronger connection with the Quran's message. Thirdly, consistency and accuracy. Consistency is a crucial quality in any work of this nature. The Quran New Millennium Exposition maintains consistency by applying root meanings consistently throughout the text. Traditional translations often provide multiple meanings to a single word, leading to confusion and misinterpretation. By adhering to the root meanings steadfastly, the Quran New Millennium Exposition ensures accuracy and clarity. And fourthly, accessibility. The Quran New Millennium Exposition is designed to be accessible to readers. It presents the Quran in a practical format, applying user-friendly language. Additionally, it includes a subject verse index and extensive annotations with thousands of useful cross-references. These features make it easier for readers to navigate the text and understand its core message. In conclusion, the translation of the Quran poses significant challenges, but there are key requirements that can enhance the accuracy and accessibility of the message. The Quran New Millennium Exposition, an exposition from original classical Arabic, addresses these requirements and offers a fresh perspective on the Quran's true essence. By adhering to these rules, maintaining consistency and providing accessibility, it presents the Quran as a divine blueprint for all mankind. While it is not a definitive work, and no work can be, the Quran New Millennium Exposition is a significant step towards bridging the gap between the Quran's message and its understanding in the modern world. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Brother Mustafa, for your pre-recorded presentation. And I think we have Brother Hashimi just joining, I guess. Are you with us, Brother Hashimi?
Brother Ulil, I've been talking
Yes.
to Brother Hashimi, and he seems to be having a few problems connecting with us at the moment. So we are working with him to get him online. In the meantime, maybe what we could do is spend some time with the questions that have been asked. I know Brother Saeed Moaz had a question for one of the speakers. So whilst we're sorting out the situation with Badr, maybe we can take some questions.
There is no news from Brother Munir yet.
No, Brother Munir unfortunately won't be joining us today.
Okay. Okay, so I think we can move to the Q&A session, and thanks to all speakers who just presented a wonderful presentation. And I think,
Brother Ulil, may I just say we do have one more speaker, Brother Edip, but what I'm suggesting is that we take a few questions, just give Brother Badr a few moments to join. If Brother Badr is not able to join, we will go to our final speaker, and then we will go to the official formal Q&A topic. But whilst we are waiting, we can take questions for any of the presenters that have already presented.
Okay, so I will start with the first question by one of our participants, Sheikh M. Shah. This question is for Mr. Sufi. How would he balance the social contract theory of Montesquieu with citizen and government in one hand, with the Quran when it comes to the believers toward God in the work he has presented? Brother Sufi, are you with us? Yes.
Yes, I am with you. Okay. Thank you very much. I think the contract theory that I mentioned in a summary fashion is a well-recognized theory under political science studies, and everyone who is associated with political science and law is familiar with this. And the theory goes that there is a contract between a citizen and the state, and that contract is reflected in the Constitution, meaning that every subject of the state agrees to be bound by and honor the Constitution. And then from that Constitution flows thousands of laws, statutes, rules in every country. Now, all those rules, laws, statutes, and regulations are part of the package of the constitutional contract covenant that a state has with an individual. Quran uses language which is simply saying, honor your obligations and honor your covenants. Now, when Quran says honor your covenants, it includes the covenant of the constitution of the state. It includes the covenant of daily numerous hundreds of laws that are applicable to me and you wherever we live, whether they are laws relating to housing, whether they are laws relating to issuing a license, getting some sort of a permission from the government. All those laws have to be honored by virtue of the Quranic direction and the covenant, which says that if you uphold the covenants, then that is a defining feature, a distinguishing feature between a believer and a one who is a muttaqi and a one who is a mu'min. And that is what Quran has been saying it several times specifically. So I believe that connection between the modern covenants that we enter into with Quran has not been properly brought to light and in the forefront. I believe that Quranic covenants direction is so crucial for social order of today that if we appreciate and recognize this, we will be acting in accordance with the framework and the discipline of any society that we live in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sufi. Yes, Sister Nahid, is connection problem with Brother Hisham is settled?
No, it's not. It is still not resolved. I can see Professor Abdul Al Khatib has a question. Maybe we can allow him to ask his question.
Thank you very much. Salam alaikum, everybody. Thanks for these nice and deep presentations. My question is to Dr. Sahib. Thank you for your efforts on translating the Holy Quran into German language, as I understood, isn't it, or to English? To English?
I translated the Quran into plain English. I did not translate the Quran into German. I translated other Arabic material into German, like the Sirah of the Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, but not the Quran. No, that is
Inshallah,
English.
we'll have.
I have lived in England for many decades and saw a need to do so for the simple reason I worked in prisons as a chaplain and so on, and people I worked with simply couldn't understand the Quran that was available to them.
We hope we can get a copy of that. But my question is, we are now involved in writing a tafsir to be translated into all languages, inshallah. And my question to you, what's your advice for us when we are writing this tafsir? This is first. The second question, what are the main difficulties you faced when you translated the Quran, and you advise others to take care of them? Thank you very much. These are two questions.
Yes, it's a question that two questions that probably require more time than is available, but I'll attempt very briefly. As for the tafsir, I think it is very, very important, number one, to separate commentary from text. There are some Quran translations that use excessive parentheses, like Muhammad Asad, for example. There are some Quran translations which mixed commentary and text all together. I think when one, I believe there should be a separate tafsir. I did not put any footnotes in my translation for that reason or anything like that. But it must be clear to the reader, this is the text and this is the commentary. That's number one. Number two, both Muslims and non-Muslims have the good, honorable tradition to acknowledge their teachers and predecessors. So just like in any university, you give thanks to, you quote in the bibliography and you quote previous authors and so on in the field. We have done that in Islam also. We rely on older sources. So when we write a new tafsir, and I can see the benefit of that because we live in a different age, we should not just translate existing classic tafsir. We must, however, make reference, and that applies also in the Quran translation. We must make reference to the classical tafsir. It would be wrong to start from a clean sheet. We can be critical of it where we must, but we must acknowledge it. That brings me to the second question you have, which is a little bit more difficult in that...
a couple of people we can't find. had to.
What is the most difficult item in translating the Quran is when the Quran has clear meanings and He has ambiguous meanings. Allah says so Himself. On those ambiguous meanings, and also when in language we can't always transfer the ambiguities because words in the Quran sometimes have more than one meaning. To choose a word without trying to limit those ambiguities, but at the same time not being over, using 5 words to describe one word and so on, like some people have done. That is very difficult, and not where we don't ourselves fully understand. Of course, we consult science, we consult all kinds of topics, classical tafsir and so on, that have a bearing on the Quranic message. But where we ourselves don't fully understand, we must leave it open for future understanding without our own view dominating the translation. That is, in my view, extremely difficult, and we probably fail in many respects, but we must at least try.
Thank you very much for your question, and thank you very much, Brother Sahib, for answering. I think we now have Brother Badr ready to do his presentation. So we will move on to that, inshallah. And after that, we will have Brother Edip. But we'll come back to these questions. We can see quite a few questions coming in through our YouTube viewers as well. So if we move on now to try and get Brother Badr back online. Thank you.
Okay, so now we can move to Brother Badr, Mr. Nahid.
We can. We're going to try.
Yeah.
We're going to try and link him in now.
Okay, Brother Badr, are you with us? Can you hear us? Or can we move on to Brother Edip?
Yes.
Mr. Nahid?
That's fine. Brother Edip, are you there?
Okay, so our next speaker is Brother Edip Yüksel. Sorry if I pronounce your name.
Is Brother Edip with us now?
Okay, so yeah, this is a question. Is Brother Edip with us? I can't see his name on the list of participants. Maybe he is not yet with us.
Okay, so I think what we will probably have to do is move into our formal Q&A session with the question that we posed our panelists to ponder and discuss today. So we'll move straight into the Q&A session, if that's okay with you, Brother Ulil. And if we have further communications with either of our 2 presenters, we will attempt to bring them back online, maybe towards the end of this session. But if we move into the Q&A,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So now we are moving to the formal Q&A session, and I think there is another question from Mafi, Brother Mafi, to Ustad Bliha again. So the question is, your emphasis on selecting a target audience and not mixing other target audiences that might confuse the primary target audiences is precisely my position. However, one can have secondary audiences as long as specific do not compromise the primary audience. Ustad Bliha, can you?
Yes, sure. We spoke yesterday, if I recall rightly, about a universal Quran translation. I don't think that is achievable in any language, because American English, Australian English, British English, Indian English, European Union English, they are all very different to start with. So we have to know whom we actually, where our Quran translation is going to be read, where it is going to be distributed. Also, if I produce a Quran translation, let's say, like Sister Linda says, at reading level 5, of course, an academic can read it and find it inspiring, but a translation written for academics to explore some of the more sophisticated points of what is in the Quran will not be readable by children of reading level 5. So we need to be clear about those limitations. And if we write in a particular register for a particular audience, we must be consistent. So if Linda sets out to write reading level 5, and then suddenly in the middle, she takes 2 or 3 surahs where she uses reading level 8, that wouldn't work. We have to be consistent and stay at, have that particular audience in mind. And of course, if that speaks to others also, that is an added benefit. And as I said, success comes from Allah. But in our approach, once we have decided on a purpose, once we have decided on a methodology, we must try and keep true to it. Otherwise, just like also was said yesterday, if there is repetition in the Quran, the same ayat repeated in the Arabic must be exactly the same ayat repeated in the translation in order to avoid distortion, obviously.
Maybe follow-up question for Ustad Bleha from me. I think this is might be beneficial for our viewers or participants on YouTube. Do you have an idea what is the best translation of the Quran in English today that live up to your vision of the accessible translation? An example.
I don't want to, I mean, initially we had translations that were decades old. That made it difficult. Amongst those, my preference is Shakir. I did, because they were more popular, I did edit, carefully edit Pictol and Yusuf Ali, but Shakir was my personal preference to use in the Dawa at prison with people. But there was, at the time when I set out to do it, there was no easy, understandable Quran. There are now, but not, there is the easy Quran in the UK now. There is there is Linda's approach. There is the Itani translation. These are translations that make the Quran easy to read and understand for the general public, as it were, both Muslims and non-Muslims. For me, that is also important. If it's aimed at, like, Hajj Abdul Haq Puli and Aisha Puli, they did a translation for converts, so they left all the terminology in that converts already know. That's a different thing. But generally, I think for an easy to understand Quran translation, the text must flow. It shouldn't be a complicated structure. It shouldn't be long sentences and too nestled with each other. The words must be of common usage, no antiquated words. The concepts must be clearly expressed. There should be no mixing, as I said earlier, between commentary or additions. For example, there shouldn't be, these are in the tafsir, we know that غَيْرِ الْمَحْدُوبِ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا ضَالِينَ, some referring to the Jews, some referring to the Christians. We had that yesterday. Yes, but that should not be written in the translation of the Quran, because it's not in the Arabic. Likewise, it shouldn't say قُل, O Muhammad, say, O Muhammad. The Arabic doesn't say قُل, Ya Muhammad. It says قُل. And it may relate to the Prophet ﷺ. It may be more general. So we should not, with our own interpretations, limit what the reader will understand. These are some of the challenges where I think a good translation must be aware of those pitfalls. It's very easy to produce a tafsir instead of a translation. And it's good to produce a tafsir, but the two are not the same.
Thank you, Ustad Bleha. I want to hear some other insight from other speakers. If you have some other insight on the similar question I have, the best translation and in your views, maybe some other speakers have some other insight.
I can have an input, please, if I may.
Sure.
Translations that have words in parentheses a while back really bothered me. And I used to ask myself, Allah did not say this. Why are they inserting words between parentheses? So maybe the purpose is honest, and I think it is, to clarify the meaning. But if Allah intended to clarify the meaning, have a very clear meaning, He would have. So I think if we're translating, we should not insert words in parentheses or between brackets. So this basically mirrors what Dr. Blair said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Talal Ithani. I want to read other question for Dr. Shehnaz Sheikh here. Many convert come to Islam late in life and do not live near an Islamic center or even know any other Muslim. What is the first very basic thing someone should learn about the Quran or Quranic Arabic when that person is new to Islam and has no one to advise? Dr. Sheikh.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, now because of the internet, it is possible.
Can you set your video on?
Sorry?
Your video. I mean, we need.
Yeah,
to
sure,
see.
sure. I'll do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. So in today's world of internet, it is possible for anybody, for that matter, to learn to read the Arabic, because before learning Quranic Arabic, it is necessary to learn to read the Quran in Arabic, and which can take, there are many courses available where they can teach very quickly. Between 2 to 4 weeks, a person can start to read Arabic. And once a person can start to read Arabic, then inshallah, that person can start learning Quranic Arabic also. And I have a video where on my channel called Learn Quranic Arabic Quickly. In this video, in 33 minutes, a person who can read Arabic can learn to translate 3 ayahs of the Quran in just 33 minutes. So if anybody is interested, then I can provide a link and they can go and, let others know. Because alhamdulillah, here, they are all scholars and ustads, so of course they are very well read and they know a lot. They are knowledgeable. But as I had mentioned in my presentation, that it's every Muslim needs to understand the book of Allah at his or her level. Because even at the time of Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sahabas and the Sahabiyas, they never had this technological advancement. Today we can understand how our deeds are being recorded, because we know in a small chip everything can be there, our entire life can be there. But in those days, how would they understand? But they read the Quran, they understood the Quran, and they believed in it. So we need, every Muslim should understand Allah's book. And alhamdulillah, with this Quranic Arabic course, the way it is taught, alhamdulillah, it is possible.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sheikh. The next question is for Mr. Payha Mustafa from Dr. Muhammad Tayyab. While explaining key in number 3, you pointed confusion in classical understanding. If we confine to specific and one meaning, how does it work with diverse human nature?
Sorry, your question is that if we have one meaning for one word, how does it refer to human nature? I'm not quite sure what you mean by that question.
Okay, so I'll read again, so maybe you can figure out.
Okay.
While explaining key in number 3, you pointed out, you pointed confusion in classical understanding. If we confine to specific and one meaning, how does it work with diverse human nature?
With diverse human nature. Well, first of all, if the Quran is clear and explicit, how does it remain clear and explicit if we assign more than one meaning to each word? So the first thing is this: we have to be consistent when we are translating a word. If we translate a word, then we have to look at the context. We might be able to use synonyms for words, but we cannot use different meanings as are now currently used in traditional translations. That's what I really mean by that.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
I guess so.
Well,
okay.
Do you need more clarification? Is there?
Okay. And this is, I think, the follow-up question for Brother Mustafa. As per Quran, verse 14, verse 4. God sends his message in the language people speak. And as per verses 16, 103, 1969, 44, 88, it is clear from these verses that Allah himself has translated from his own language. And when God himself very carefully translated and sent it in Arabic, then how should Quran in Arabic be taken for people who do not know Arabic? And how do we perform the act of worship such as Salat, reading the Quran, and how do we deliver the message to the others? All this ibadat, we are doing it in Arabic without knowing the language all over the world. Okay,
well,
Brother
well, the Quran was obviously in Arabic because the first recipients of the Quran were Arabs. So it had to be in the language of the people who received them first. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it should not or cannot be translated into other languages. As far as Salah or any other ritual goes, I've explained this explicitly in my copy of the Quran and in a book which I've written as a subsequent to that, which was published just a couple of months ago. Now, both of these books are available on my website because it's not possible to start a conversation like that in such a short space of time because it requires a lot more explanation and a lot more detail. So I would urge whoever's asking this question to read the book where I've explained everything in detail, why the Quran has to be translated and why it can be translated. And I've also assessed some traditional translations as well, which show comparisons why usage of multiple meanings for single words can lead to ambiguity and less clarity than the Quran wants.
Okay, thank you. I think we have. Are you finished, Mr. Mustafa?
Yes, I'm finished. If that question clarifies the answer, I'm finished.
Okay. So we have Muhammad Iskandari here who want to maybe to ask. Please, can you unmute?
Okay. Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
It is not that clear. What about others?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's good now.
Okay. Okay, my question is for Professor Dr. Shanaz Sheikh. As you know, Dr. Sheikh, the number of Quran translations by female translators hardly amounts to 10. I mean, what do you think could be the reason for this low number of female translators of the Quran?
You mean to say that there are less number of female translators?
Yeah, why is there so few Quran translators, female Quran translators? Do you think there is any particular reason for that?
Well, at least from the Indian context, I can say that the Muslim male population there, especially the ones who are the scholars, the imams, they do not accept female, that the females know better than them kind of phenomena. So that's very, very, apparent and obvious. And yes, I had a lot of problem for the acceptance. Yes.
I see.
Okay.
Does anyone else have any comments on that, on the low number of female Quran translators, please?
Yes, other speakers have other, insight. Okay.
Yes, I find it quite well telling of the state of Islam in our day and age. the majority of translators, of people in the translation profession are actually female. Somehow it's said females have more of a capability for language, I don't know. But the majority of translators are female. The majority of Quran translators, or a minute minority of Quran translators, and likewise of scholars in Islam, are female, notwithstanding the fact that we get a lot of our information of original Islam from female scholars, starting from the household of the Prophet ﷺ, his wives. I think we have unfortunately moved into a kind of Islam that is culturally dominated by an attitude that does not see females as intellectuals in their own right, as scholars, as persons to contribute meaningful new material to the body of knowledge of Muslims worldwide or in their specific country. And I think that is something that needs to be urgently addressed, because if we don't, we cut out half the world population. And remember, in places like Palestine, it is the women who keep things together when the men are imprisoned or killed. It is the women who keep things together and keep Islam and keep the knowledge and keep the spirit and the education going. And it is the mother who is the first school of the children. And if she is not educated, if she does not have that level of scholarliness, and if her input is not recognized and valued, then we also kind of shortchanging future generations. So I think it is something that urgently needs to be addressed, not just in the field of Quran translation, but generally in the field of exchanging knowledge and producing knowledge, research and teaching.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ustad Bliha. I think I can move to another question. This is for all speakers. Anyone want to comment, please? There was a long period passed between the revelation in Arabic language and the translation of the Quran. Didn't people after the death of the Prophet feel the need of translation to understand Quran? Or did they all learn Arabic language to understand Quran offered, for example, for their salat? Yeah. Anyone to want to respond?
I'm Dawood Piachi. The Salman of Farsi translated a surah of the Quran, you know, after the death of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. So the translation time, the translation tradition is very old. And then, of course, the first translations, of course, were done in, or the first complete translation, I think, was done into Persian.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Welcome, Brother
Yes,
Edip
Edip Yüksel. Sorry for...
Brother Edip, Assalamu
Yes.
alaikum. Can we just ask you to hold for a moment? There is
Of
a
course.
Q&A going on. We will come back to you as soon as this question is completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so yes, that's very interesting data that among earliest Sahaba or companion who do translation of the Quran into Persian, I guess, yeah.
Yes, into New Persian.
Was Salman al-Farisi. Yeah, that's a very interesting data. Okay, so this is another question from the audience. I would like to know how people who do not speak or read Arabic, I would like to know how people who do not speak Arabic or read Arabic translate to the Quran. Translate the Quran.
Maybe I can answer.
Yes.
There is a person who took translation and translated from it. Is that a valid approach? Maybe this is debatable. If that translation is very good, and the person takes it and translates it into a different language, into a third language, maybe the result is good. And in this case, it was an English translation that was translated into Romanian, because the person who wanted to translate into Romanian did not know Arabic, but encountered took this excellent English translation and translated it to Romanian. So maybe this is up to debate. This is what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Talal. I think this is a very interesting question, that there are some translation, not directly from Arabic, but from other languages, like English or others, and then translate the translation into other language. And there was a case of this kind in my country, in Indonesia. There was a poet who translated Quran from Dutch into Indonesian language, and it is considered as a good translation, and people accept it. Yeah. So, but I want to hear some other insight from our speakers. What is your opinion about translation of the translation of the Quran? Is it acceptable or not?
Can I have my opinion?
Hear from. Sorry.
May I have my opinion?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, among the participants of this conference, we have had two translators who did indirect Quran translations, or technically relay Quran translations. One of them was Dr. Dr. Sheikh Salim, who yesterday actually did his presentation. He made his Quran translation from Urdu into English. And the other one is Professor Haki Ilmaz, who is actually among us, and today is going to give his lecture. So I guess he is a very ideal candidate to actually talk on these, because his translation from Arabic into Turkish has been rendered into English.
Hello.
Thank you, Brother Iskandari. Other insight from other speakers? Brother Mustafa, please. Okay.
Okay. So I was just saying, I put a comment on as well. The first English translation was done from the French, which was done from the Latin. So, and when this is done, the mistakes getting transferred onto the next translation. Any subsequent translation to the English translation by Alexandra Ross carried forward the mistakes that were made originally. So that's the error that you make if you translate from a translation. And also Yusuf Ali's translation in English was done from Urdu, and which also carried forward some of the mistakes which were made in the Urdu translation. And then the English, and that became very popular, as you probably know. So it's not really always a good idea that translations can be made from another translation. So I'd be quite worried about that.
May I interrupt with something here?
Sure, yeah.
In doing my translation, I did not translate from a third language, but I certainly consulted other translations besides English translations. Most of them were English translations I consulted. Indeed, the base of mine was Pickthall's, but I found it quite useful to consult a Turkish translation by Ali Uzek, and a translation in Farsi by Shah Waliullah Dahlawi, and also a translation in French by Muhammad Hamidullah.
Okay.
I think that can be quite beneficial to get the insights of translators in other languages.
Yeah. Okay, can I just say that I agree with you. Looking at other translations, I think it is important, but just following them is not so good. So
no, you're right.
to read, maybe 4 or 5 or consult a few translations, or other English translations, if you are doing an English translation, is a good idea, because it gives you the perspective which other translators take. And maybe they are from different backgrounds, different cultures, different countries, and you can get all the different perspectives. But at the end of the day, you have to ensure that what you are doing is accurate according to the original. That's a key thing.
That's correct. Very correct. But may I also add here that our brothers and sisters who come from India, especially, they have a distinct advantage over others of us. They grow up knowing more than one language. They look, because there's so many languages spoken on the street. They may go to, before they start school, they may know 4 or 5 languages. And then when they get to school, they pick up 2 or 3 more. And each of these languages expands their mind, and especially in, I mean, languages is a base of intellect. So to have several languages.
And I also
that's another good point which you made, is that if you are bilingual, if you're multilingual, it certainly does help in trying to find the meanings in different shades of meanings for this for some verses.
Gentlemen, can I have a few words on this issue, because I think all of you say maybe I heard differently. أعجمي وعربي أعجمي وعربي, whether it is a foreign language or Arabic, and it doesn't matter. Say it is a hudan wa shifat, it is a guidance, and it is a cure for people, for believers. Therefore, the Quran, regardless of the language, it says it is a guidance for people. And another verse, I think mostly mistranslated, أعجمي وعربي, it doesn't say وعرب, and Arabi means a language, Arab means Arab, and therefore in most of the translation I see it is mistranslated Arabic to non-Arab. No, it doesn't say that. Whether it is Arabic or a foreign language doesn't matter, because the teacher of the Quran is God.
Please mute.
If I may just add one thing here, is that of course relay translation is established as a method in interpretation at conferences and so on, but only if a direct translator is not available. It shouldn't be used if a direct translator is available. So I would accept relay translation of the Quran into languages where there are few Muslims and when there is nobody available who can translate from the Arabic, and only as a temporary measure. I wouldn't really consider it something to be done into a language like English, where there are so many already able to translate directly. It's a different matter if you have a team of people. That's fine. You have somebody who's Arabic speaking, somebody who's expert in English, somebody is, that's always a good thing. But there has to be somebody who has access to the Arabic language. I don't think it is appropriate in a language where that pool of knowledge is available to translate from a third language, be it Turkish, be it Urdu, be it French or whatever, into English and say this is a translation of the Quran. I would not think that an appropriate method.
If I may add on this issue, I totally agree with Dr. Sahib on this issue. Especially nowadays, we have experts in Arabic and in English and in other languages. Al-Jahid, in one of his books, he stated that if you want to translate anything from any language, you have to have excellency in both languages. Otherwise, you will commit a lot of mistakes, which are not needed. Thank you.
Thank you,
Dr. Al-Khatib. I think we should stop now for the responses, because we have Ustad Edip Yüksel with us. So I would like to have Ustad Edip Yüksel to present. And before he starts his presentation, I would like to read his short bio. So the title of the Quranic translation done by Ustad Edip Yüksel is Quran Reformist Translation. And his presentation today is titled, Which Hadith of the God and His Sign Do They Affirm? Edip Yüksel is an American, Turkish, Kurdish author, lawyer, philosopher, inventor, and peace activist. He immigrated to the US in 1989 to escape from religious and political oppression. After receiving his bachelor's degree from the University of Arizona, he received his Juris Doctor degree from the same university. Dr. Edip is the author of more than 30 books in Turkish and English on religion, politics, philosophy, math, and law. And Dr. Edip is fluent in Turkish, English, and Classic Arabic, proficient in Persian, and barely conversant in Kurdish, his mother tongue. Dr. Yüksel, you have 10 minutes, please.
Can you give me access to share screen feature?
Sister Nahid, can you open the access?
We're just doing that now. Done. You have access.
Okay. Okay. This is a Quran Reformist translation. This is the British at Oxford University. We had a conference, British Islam Conference, very strange name, but later we added Leslie Terabasi. He went over the language. And okay, the reason is I got some distraction with other things, not ready. Let me start with this one. Before going now, the Quran is the most read, perhaps the most read, the least understood, and the most betrayed book in the world. And it is betrayed by scholars, like Catholics betrayed Jesus' message, Protestants, and the same, you guys, most of you, I am here, I am protesting you, all of you. And I think that you have betrayed God's message by saying God's message, as God says, mubin, it is not mubin. God says mufassal, detailed, it is not detailed. God says, وَتَمَّتْ كَلِمَةُ رَبِّكَ صِدْقًا وَعَدْلًا. The word of your Lord is complete in truth and justice. You say, no, it is not complete. Where we can find how to go to restroom, how clean our buttock, how to put our hands while praying. Therefore, based on this, the Quran, at the moment the verse says it is huda, it is guidance, and the teacher of the Quran, Ar-Rahman, Allama al-Quran, the language, you don't need it. God can teach the people with the language, with the way they want, they need. Therefore, I think the Quran is betrayed, and I'm going to show, in fact, in the Quran Reformist translation, in the beginning of introduction, I show how by learned expert knows Arabic not as much as Abu Jahl, Abu Lahab, but close, know Arabic very well, but knowledge of Arabic uses to distort the meaning of the words, the message of the Quran is lost. Therefore, 57 countries are doomed to ignorance, to tyranny, to superstition, to all kinds of backwardness in the world. The reason is because the message of the Quran is deserted. وَقَالَ الرَّسُولُ, the messenger will say in the day of judgment, this is the shafa'ah most of you are expecting. You expect shafa'ah, that Prophet Muhammad will save you from God, that God doesn't know you as much as Muhammad knows, or God's mercy is deficient, Muhammad has more mercy, or God's judgment is not as good as Muhammad. Here is the only intercession of Muhammad, which is according to Quran, it will be waqala sawaba. It's only diminished to the level of saying the truth, not saving you. Waqala rasulu, the messenger will say, Ya Rabbi inna qawmi ittakhadhu hadha al-Qur'an mahjura. My people have deserted the Quran. And I'm going to share a few verses out of many, unfortunately. The reason is I'm a little bit anxious because I just woke up. Here it is, chapter 74, verse 29. I'm going over about 10 if I have time. لواحة للبشر, 2 words. You don't need to know Arabic to understand this. It will take just 2 words to study, to question. Only curiosity, people around you, right now watching it. You don't need to know Arabic. You don't need to know expert. You need to ulul albab and aql, to use your brain, your mind. Here it is. This Yusuf Ali says, darkening and changing the color of man. People says, shrivels the man. Irving, I don't know how to pronounce his name, as it shrivels human flesh. Shakir, it scorches the mortal. Ali scorches the mortal. Dawood burns the skins of man. Rashad Khalifa, obvious to all the people, it obvious to humankind. Now, the reason why this is mistranslated. In fact, lawahatun, lawha in the Quran, all the root of lawha is mentioned in the Quran. Means alwah, for example, God gave Moses alwah, means open screens, tablets. And the same Noah was told to bring lawha alwah, some woods, put them together, make a boat or something to save him, a ship, a small ship. It's not worldwide worldwide event. Now the question is, lawha, the root of the lawha, check it in the Quran. What is the meaning of it? Nowhere in the Quran says burn, scorch. Bashar, the word bashar throughout the Quran means human. In fact, just few verses before this one, verse 25 says, وَقَالَ إِنْ هَذَا إِلَّا قَوْلُ الْبَشَرِ. Said this Quran is the word of human. They translate the bashar over that as human. In fact, just 2 verses below, وَمَا هِيَ إِلَّا ذِكْرَى لِلْبَشَرِ. It is 19 is only zikra, reminder for humanity, warning for humanity. They translate Bashar as a human, just few verses before, few verses after, but the Bashar here somehow becomes skin, scorching the skin. There is something there. This is not a matter of knowing language, it is a matter of distortion the meaning of the Quran. Okay. Verse 2106. ما ننسخ من آية ننسها نأتي بخير منها ومثلها. We do not abrogate a sign or make it forgotten unless we bring one. Sign means miracle. Ayat, the word ayat, throughout the Quran is mentioned, check it. Everywhere they translate ayat in singular form as miracle, as a sign, extraordinary signs given to prophets. But here, by saying revelations, communication, considering as it is verses of the Quran higher, I'm sorry, in Turkish, I said, the plural of ayat is ayat. When it is plural form, it is used for both signs and also verses of the Quran. But whenever it is singular form, a careful reader of the Quran will see it. Ayat throughout the Quran, the singular meaning never refers to the verses of the Quran. But this is one of the major distortion of the Quran. By this way, they fabricated the idea of nasikh mansukh, means abrogation, and they have abrogated verses of the Quran. They abrogated by virtues creating contradiction because they don't understand the Quran because of hadith. Because they don't trust God's words, they go out of the Quran, volumes of book they insert in between the verses of the Quran, words of the Quran. Therefore, they don't understand many verses. They say this verse contradicts this ones. Therefore, this came before or after this one. This is nasikh, this is mansukh. They even abrogate verses of the Quran based on hadith. This is one of the major distortions. In fact, they fabricate verses like stoning to death verse, by this very story, they say, well, after Prophet Muhammad, a hungry goat ate this verse, therefore it is now mansukh. This is one of the most horrible distortion by the so-called learned experts. 3.7, I'm going to skip this one. This is also mistranslation, creating verses of the Quran that you should not understand, because because there is no such a list of mutashabih verses. And if you understand it, if you try to understand those verses, they are like invisible mine. It may explode, you may become munafiq, hypocrite. Therefore, this is one of the also terrible mistranslations by stopping somewhere, because I don't have, you give me 10 minutes, in 10 minutes, I cannot expose the learned man's distortions and betrayal of the Quran in 1400 years, volumes of books, and it will take a little bit more time. And 332, chapter 434, this was in 1990 when I was working on my Turkish translation of the Quran. This is one of the verses on top of my list. I had problem with it because this understanding, I used to be a Sunni like most of you. I used to be Sunni, and therefore I understood that it be to wife. And I had problem because the Quran says Mu'mins, Muslims, they behave the best, especially to another, the closest one, the weakest one. And in chapter 30, verse 24, I believe, or 21, about marriage, we made the marriage so that God places al-rahma wal-mawadda between you, love and compassion among you. This has nothing compassion with love. If you beat your wife, that's it. From now on, you are a slave owner. She is your slave, and you are scaring a woman. You are like a bear. You have big muscles. Your wife will be always in terror. Therefore, I have problem with this one. But later, I found out that 4 words has been carefully, very clandestine way mistranslated. One of them is qawamun, as if hakim, no, qawam, falan qawam ahli bayti is someone who provides, provider, not the rulers, not kind of leaders. Another one, in fact, nushuz is also mistranslated. The same word nushuz is mentioned in another verse for man to describe man's flirtation or cheating, trying to kind of cheat, intention to cheat, separation. Neshaza means to separate, kind of separation. And here, instead of separation, they say, no, if they rebel against you. No. The same word for man, you don't say if man rebel woman. Anyway, are you done?
Yes. Okay, your time is up.
Give me 1 more minute. I go over the other one, just show the thing. Just give me 1 more minute.
I have no idea. It's from Nigeria.
Okay, here it is. I'm going very fast on these things. This is available, my books at Academia for free.
Where they got it from?
And 538, it doesn't mean cut off. The verse is very clear in the Quran, verses of the Quran, that is cut relationship between the crime and the criminal and keep away. In fact, in chapter Joseph, there is an example of the punishment of death by a prophet. And this is a Nabi al-Ummi, Prophet Muhammad. This is an insult to Prophet Muhammad's intelligence. In 23 years, they say he couldn't learn 28 Arabic letters. It's a big lie. Al-Ummi means Gentile, not people of the book. And 29 jizya, it doesn't mean an extra taxation. It means war reparation, jaza. Jaza means a equivalent of thing. And 1644 Lithuania, this is also mistranslated, and you can stop this page. This is another very funny translation. They all copy from each other. The Sunnis copy from each other, Shiites copy from each other. They unfortunately do not reflect. This is silly mistranslation. I cannot believe it. In many translations, you see this silly, has nothing to do with the text of the Quran. They got from the story, they inserted it.
47.4,
they created based on these. This is fadarba riqab, raqaba, raqib means the observation, and 66.5. Three adjective of woman mistranslated abkar. It doesn't mean a single woman, young
Sorry,
woman.
brother Edip, your time is up. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. And I see brother Badr Hisham joining us in this room. Brother Hisham, are you with us? I cannot see his video, but his name is in the list. Dr. Badr, are you with us? Okay, no. Okay, so we are approaching the end of our session actually, and our time is not that long. So I want to draw your attention in this final section of our session to actually one of the main issue that what we want to discuss in this session is about the use of modern technology in Quranic translation, in Quran translation. One of the biggest issue that might face us today is the issue of the artificial intelligence. What do you think about using artificial intelligence in translating the Quran? Is it acceptable or not? This is, I think, one of the big issue that we should answer. Any insight on this question?
Can I answer?
Yes, Ms. Ustad Sami Mahdi, please.
Yes. Artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT, is very good to translate things and his accuracy. But the problem that the Arabic is different. Like the word rahu, fatruk al-bahr rahwan. He said to Moses, fatruk al-bahr rahwan. Rahu means like 7 things. Means silent, stable, like the 2 hump of the camel, like separation between 2 legs. All of these are rahu. All of these are rahu. Rahu, if you go and search in dictionaries Arabic, it has many meanings, 5 meanings or 6 meanings or 7 meanings. How by one word to translate from English to Arabic, it is very difficult because it contains all of this meaning together. So it is very difficult. Yes, artificial intelligence is very good and has accuracy, but cannot reach that level. You have to follow up, have some human follow up and correct what is missed. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Can I make a point on this AI part?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to say was the speaker was saying that it has one word has 7 different meanings. Obviously, when you're translating the Quran, you can't put 7 different meanings. You only have to put 1 if you're translating into English. What artificial intelligence might be able to do is your own translation. It might be able to put in better words. It might be able to explain it better. And that's the reason why we can use AI, but not to originally translate it maybe, but for making the translation into a better language, into the target language.
Okay. Ustad Bliha, you want to comment?
Yes, basically, I think that people don't quite understand how artificial intelligence is used in translation and how it works, because people just know Google Translate or GDP or things like that. Artificial intelligence is regularly used in translation in 2 ways. One is by using a translation memory, and the other is by using a term base, as we call it. I explained the 2 very briefly. The first one is not useful for Quran translation. The second is. A translation memory, and this is how all these automated translations work, is basically aligning a source text and a target text And then when a similar text is encountered with some variation, it suggests those translations and maybe also adds the variations. It can get it terribly wrong, of course, particularly with gendered and non-gendered languages and things like that. But basically, if I say, I go to the park regularly on a Friday, and then I feed this into the translation, and it gives me the let's say, Arabic equivalent. And now I encounter a sentence, I go to the park with my dog regularly on a Friday. Well, now there is only one small variation, and the artificial intelligence can highlight that, and the translator says, okay, it correctly added that, or it didn't add it correctly. The problem is, I, in my professional life, spent hours and hours correcting machine translation, which people regularly use now, because in a legal context, one comma can make a difference between a sentence meaning the opposite to what it was actually intended to say. So one has to be very careful. Why do I say it's not useful for the Quran? Because once you have the Quran translated, you will not find similar sentences in the Quran that need to be translated. So if you have to feed the text in first, you already have a translation. It doesn't help you improving. What the term base is, a term base is like, it starts from simple Excel files to all kinds of more sophisticated systems. It aids the translator with terminology. You get one term, and then you get dictionary references when this term comes anywhere in the text. You can highlight it. It gives you dictionary references. It gives you preferred and non-preferred, like do not use, like Linda said, do not use dumb in translation for bukum, use mute as a preferred term maybe, or non-speaking, and so on. So all this is listed there, so the translator knows what is the agreed terminology for a particular company, because they use, some call their wind turbines, some call them, electricity generating, different terms for the same thing, because it's a different brand. So we know what is the preferred terminology, what is the agreed terminology, what are the terms to avoid, maybe some background on what the term actually derives from, and that is all there ready for the translator to look at. So that is very useful, but it requires a team of people, again, putting that info into the system first. AI does only work with good input. If we give good input, we get good output. If we give no input, the output will be garbage. And the problem is we trying to use AI in a Quran translation, and we haven't input anything. So it will base its Quran translation on texts of maybe, philosophers, on texts of modern novels and this and that, which is not appropriate for a Quran translation. It will translate it as if it is a novel, as if it is a poem, as if it is, and it isn't. So these tools can be used, but what is required, and I think that is something worth considering, is teams of people, teams of experts that help with defining terms. So when we say, just like Brother Edip just said, and I don't agree with all of the examples given, but it is true, we have to look at terms. How is the correct translation of something? We get teams of people together to discuss these issues and then prepare such a term base and say, well, this one, definitely not. That one, there is a dispute about it. This is where people say this is where people say that. And then the translator can draw on that wealth of information and use it to choose the right term in the right context. So in that sense, it is useful, but we have to do the input. And at the moment, we haven't done that.
Okay, Dr. Edip, you want to comment on a question that is in the chat? Explain to us what is Al-Hajj Al-Akbar and Al-Hajj Al-Asghar, and what is the 5 pillars of Islam? Okay.
Thank you.
Or you have
much.
some other insight on the
First
question
of all,
that
I would like to thank you very much. I woke up just a few minutes ago and I didn't even drink water. Therefore, I was a little bit anxious because of that. Thank you. First of all, thank you for giving me a few minutes chance, because of my views, I was declared a heretic, and that fatwa against me, I come here. They didn't give me a chance even to defend me while they were in media, writing, distorting my views, insulting me. And therefore, this is a great change in Sunni world, in Shiite world. Here is a heretic like me giving a chance, few minutes to express his ideas. In fact, they killed my friend, Dr. Rashad Khalifa in Medina. From 38 countries, leaders came for a conference by Salman Rushdie under the leadership of Ibn al-Baz. 38 countries, the leaders, and they said Salman Rushdie and Rashad Khalifa, both of them are heretics. In 1 year, they killed Rashad Khalifa. Therefore, this is a great change. I'm so proud of you. You are able to deal with me. In my religion, we don't kill anyone. We don't hurt anyone because of their different view or heretics. Even they insult my religion. According to chapter 4140, I leave their presence. I say peace, and then I come back when they are not making mockery, when they are in the mode of debating. Hajj, the Quran teaches us the meaning of the words. If you trust the Quran, not lahw al-hadith, not hadith and yuftara, not this, not that. Within the Quran, God's book, trust God's book. It is incredible, detailed language it is used. Hajj means debate. Hajj Ibrahim or Ibrahim. Abraham debated. Hujjat from the same root means proof, evidence. Therefore, Hajj means in the Quran, Al-Hajj al-Akbar, the great debate conference. It is annual to invite all humans and nas. It is not only Muslims or Muslims, all humans come there to debate worldly issues involving humanity. And many words in the Hajj, in the context of Hajj in the Quran, it is distorted. For example, Arafah. Oh, it is a hill. No, Arafah, it is lobby. It is a place where people get to know each other. The word Arafah means no. It is over there. People can guest comes there, especially panelists. They are known. They are putting tag. That time they wouldn't put tag, but they were introduced to each other. Or As-Safa wal-Marwa. You can go between As-Safa wal-Marwa. As-Safwa means purity, introspective meditation to introverted issue. But Al-Marwa, Al-Muruwa in Arabic means chivalry, going, volunteering, helping the guest, the participant of the conference, the sick, making food, carrying the things. Okay. Al-Hajj al-Akbar means annual great conference. Al-Hajj al-Asr, anytime, right now we are having small Hajj debate.
Eddie, I'm so sorry to interrupt you there, but it's really, we need to keep the answers succinct because we're going to be going into a break within the next 10 minutes. So it's very, very interesting what you're discussing. And, you know, I would certainly like to hear more at a future conference or something, but we just have to be succinct with the answers, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Paul. Mr. Adib, I think you can wrap up your comment. You finished, right?
Here, just give me 2 minutes.
Please be brief, yeah.
Al-Hajj al-Asghar means any Hajj, any debate we make. And if you pay attention in the Hajj al-Akbar, there are 3 things prohibited. One is what is it? It's called, if you are fighting with other people, quarreling, loud, that is, fight is, if you do that, you have to pay a ticket for it, penalty, financial penalty. You buy a gift, you give to people, poor people in need, or you get, and the other is over there hunting in order to protect ecology, because people are coming from all around the world, most of them audience, but some of them maybe in small group, they debate, panelists. Therefore, over there, if they go hunting, they will destroy the ecology, protection of the ecology. The other is with women, man, woman should not be sexually involved because the focus is important issues. Over there, you will not be looking at people that way. If you nullify that one, you get, you have to pay for it. And this is just to deter. And the other 5 pillars of Islam. Who said there are 5 pillars of Islam? Ibn Falan, Abu Falan made up such a story, 5 pillars of Islam. The Quran.
Okay.
Sorry.
Brother Edip, we should wrap up our session now because we are running out of
like the
time.
It's very interesting, but it's like a speech on its own. And if we did that for everybody, then there'd be, you know, we'd overrun by hours. I'm really sorry, Edip, because it's very interesting, but, you know, and I don't mean any disrespect, but we don't do that for everybody else either. Okay, please understand.
Okay, please, sorry. Okay, I think we are coming to the end of our session, and we have a very interesting conversation today. There are many other questions that need to be addressed, but we don't have enough time to do that. So, first of all, please give appreciation to our speakers. Clap for them online. And then thank you for speakers for your presentation. And I think we should end our session now. And I would pass the screen to Sister Nahid to transition to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brother Ulil. Appreciate you moderating the session for us today. It's been really interesting to hear from all of the presenters and also all the Q&A conversations we've had. It's a shame we weren't able to focus a little bit more on the technology question that we were hoping to cover in this session, but regardless, it was a very engaging and informative conversation that we've had. So thank you, all of the presenters. Thank you, Brother Sufi, for your keynote speech that you gave earlier on. We will now go in for a short break, and we will resume the session, this conference, in 15 minutes. So please have a short break, get yourself a coffee, get yourself a drink, refresh, and join us back here on the same link in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mavi, we are not on the broadcasting. Nice to meet you. I don't hear your voice. Yes, now
what are
we
you
can
saying?
hear it.
Hello.
I muted him. I'm going to remove the co-host.
Who are you addressing, Deep Oja?
Oh, I'm sorry. I said Mavi means blue, and it is a Turkish word. Nice to meet you.
Allow them to carry on with.
We are not on broadcasting. We are.
Well, I can hear you anyway. I'm Dawood.
Your name Dawood. Last name?
Peaji. Actually, my original name was William Peachy. I was born in America.
Peach.
In Portland, Maine.
Oh, I see. I see.
And, you apparently were born in one of the places I'm familiar with, maybe. Where were you born? Which city?
I was born in Turkey, in Bitlis, in Norşin.
That's one town I have not been able to go to yet. Because when I had the chance, it was Karma Karashuk, which means full of turmoil.
That means you were in Turkey.
Yeah, I've been here coming and going to Turkey since '67, and I've been living here totally since 2011.
Which city are you in?
I'm in Aksakoja in Tuesday province on the Black Sea. Aksakoja.
Yeah, I know. I
That's
never
on
been
in Tuesday province.
this. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's Aksakoja is really Jannat, you know, it's paradise.
Why didn't you, when they tried to change your last name from Peach to something else, you should just make it Peace?
Well, when I came to Turkey, I had already know some Turkish, so I pronounced it as Peshe, because I didn't want to be known as the bastard. But ironically, that's the original meaning of the French origin of the word peachy. You know, an ancestor was Guillaume de Péché, William of the Sin. He was a bastard. But people think it has to do with the fruit, peaches.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah, I've never seen Bitlis, unfortunately. I've seen the northern Kurdish provinces, and been to Van, of course, too. And one of my best friends here in Aksakoja, he's from Ara.
Salam alaikum. I hope you all realize we're still live streaming to YouTube.
Oh my gosh, we were still live.
It's okay with me.
That's
Yeah,
okay.
I don't have a problem with it. I just want to make sure you know.
That's okay.
It's okay with me too. I knew that. I knew
No problem.
live.
We didn't
Otherwise, we
say
couldn't communicate.
that. We just little chat, friendly chat.
Yeah. Yes. So many. Now we have in my province here, in my district even, we have 8 or 9 mother tongues, which is interesting. You know, Kurdish is amongst them. English is amongst them now. And we have almost, well, not every mother tongue of Turkey and the Middle East, but we have a lot. 8's pretty good for us, one district. You know, Georgian, Circassian, Laz, which is Lesbian in English. We have, of course, Kurdish, Kurmanja and Zazaja, both actually. Those are two languages. It looks like we got cut off finally, huh? Is that right? Hello? I guess we're not live anymore. Hello? Anyone online still? Looks like not.
Salam alaikum. Most of us are still here, but we're taking our break.
That's good. We were cut. I seem to be cut off in mid-sentence though. Yeah.
Sister Naheed will be probably back in about 8 to 9 minutes, and then we'll start into our afternoon session.
Good. Alhamdulillah. It seems to be going well, the conference. I think it's amazing.
We've had our technical glitches, but I don't have a problem with what we've done so far. The immediate live audience is small, but people are coming back and watching yesterday's session. So that's really what we want. We need to get the message out and get people engaged in talking.
That's
I don't
right.
have to agree with everybody. Okay.
No,
We need to have the discussion.
that's right. I would have been very surprised if we had we agreed with each other all the time. Yeah, we have professional disagreements,
Exactly.
and that's normal.
If we look in our history, that's been the problem. You end up with this clique, I'm not going to say sect, but a clique that says, this is how we interpret this. Somebody says, well, I don't agree. Well, then you're out of his life. So Nobody agrees it's our way, because the ones that don't agree aren't in Islam anymore. I'm being harsh, but you understand what I'm saying.
Of course.
Nice to see you, Walid. And we should be able to talk. Meanwhile, life is not fully, perfectly controlled. And we don't need to control the conferences so perfectly, correct? There's
Right.
little imperfection go into it.
Well, you know, there's that old saying in management: if something can go wrong, it does go wrong.
Exactly.
Okay.
And if it
If I had
doesn't go
beautiful
wrong,
voice, I would sing. Taking advantage of this situation, I would sing with my beautiful voice, but I don't have one.
well, it's not ugly.
Brother Edip, we don't have your translation on Islam Awakened yet. Would you
Really?
like to have it
Why?
added?
Why you don't have it?
I don't have a text copy. If you want to send it to me, I will get it installed.
Can I send it to you? How can I send it to you? Can I have your?
It's, you see my last name, how it's spelled, Kavalik, just Kavalik at gmail.com. That's me.
Kavalik@gmail.com?
Yep, I just told the whole world that, so who knows how much spam I'm gonna
We're
get.
not the whole world. We're not the whole world.
Yeah, but we're still broadcasting.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to send it to you hopefully right now.
I will get it installed. That's one of the blessings that's come out of this conference. A few of the translators that are here haven't been added yet, and we want to get them on there. And one of the things I really have to add to the site, Sister Linda has been analyzing the stuff she does using a third-party tool that says this is the reading level of the work. You know, 5th grade, 6th grade, college level, etc. I need to have that tool built into Islam Awakened so a person can say, only show me stuff that has a reading level of this and above, or only a reading level of high school and below, and let them tune in what they want to read. Right now, you're going to see all the translations when you go to a site. I want them to go to a page and say, just show me the stuff I can understand. If I'm not well educated, I can admit that. I only want to see the stuff that's 6th grade reading level. Gives them that tool.
Walid,
to be able to do that.
Can you check it? I send it to you. In fact, it is available also at Academia page, my page, but I send it to you as an email attachment. Can you check it, please?
One moment. So far, it's not here.
Just a moment ago, I sent it. Maybe it take a few seconds.
If it's large, it may take a moment.
Yeah, if you refresh your Gmail page, maybe.
What I'm doing.
And who else is here? Sami Mehdi, Talal Itani is here. Salam alaikum, Talal. Nahid Saeed here.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Who is it?
It's Nahid here. We are going to start back in about 5 minutes. So I just think it's probably a good idea to regroup now and refocus on the last session of this 2-day conference. We will have Sister Hernissa Baraid, who will be moderating for us this afternoon session. And we have a lineup, which I think I have checked, and pretty much everybody who needs to be online is online. So inshallah, we will be moving swiftly into that session in about 5 minutes.
Okay. There are a few people over there in chat. They want to listen, because if this is this will stay there, less people listen to small chat also. Is it okay, Nahid?
We are live streaming at the moment, so anything you say will be
no problem.
That's fine.
In my privacy,
So
I talk something. I'm not ashamed of it. Everything I talk should be righteous.
No, I think it's absolutely fine. I think this is what conferences are. If we were doing a live conference, you would be sitting around a coffee table having coffee and conversation. So this is absolutely fine. As I said, I would just remind you that we are still live.
Where are you located, Nahid?
I am in England.
In England. Nice to meet you. First time we meet in video. MashaAllah.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to meet you as well. It's a pleasure
Yeah.
to have the
My
opportunity
words,
to hear.
my words can be sharp, but I don't have sword. I don't have even a knife. Therefore,
I think there's passion. There's passion for what you have to say, and that's absolutely perfectly fine.
yes. Well, it was increased by my late minute. Somehow I woke up. I stood awake for long hours, and then I went to bed after prayer.
Okay.
It was not my plan, but I don't know. My phone even did not wake me up. Jason Houck, I haven't talked to you at all. Let's get to know each other a little bit. Take advantage of these beautiful blessing, video talking. If you don't mind, you have microphone closed, but if you wish to talk, small chat, let's get to know each other here.
Sure. How you doing?
Good. I'm in Ohio. I have beautiful view here. Where are you?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Okay. I apologize. As you don't know me, I don't know you either. That's okay.
Yeah. You said Ohio?
Yeah, Ohio. I used to be in Arizona for 34 years. I started hacking cacti. I thought that is too much. And
that's a good change in climate there.
Yeah, big change. And by the river, we see the river from window just less than a mile next to us, bridges and downtown, everything is beautiful.
Nice.
And what are you teaching there? I assume that you are academics.
I do a little bit of everything. I'm a writer and I teach at a number of schools, adjunct professor.
Okay.
And I lead a think tank that's trying to help Afghans to talk about their future and what they would like to have in their country when the terrorists over there fail again.
Okay. Okay. If you check Edip Yüksel Academia, Walid, in fact, if you check my name in code on Google, the first page show up Academia page. Yeah, we have also, Jason, very good. I am glad that you are dealing with Afghani refugees. There are multiple issues they have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I was led to this conference. I do a lot of interfaith work trying to explain Islam to the average American in 20 minutes or less.
Oh.
So I've traveled around the country helping Americans to, get answers to the questions that are on the top of their minds.
What kind of classes do you teach?
I teach courses on national security. I teach a Islamic studies course for the Air Force. I've taught that for the intelligence community as well. And I teach a lot of national security related courses at certain war colleges and at different universities. Talk about Afghanistan quite a bit.
Yeah. I have a conference related to your interest area on security or terrorism. I had a conference, a lecture at the British Parliament on this subject, the 9 beasts that create terrorism, and I listed 9 of them. And to my surprise, when I studied it, tried to be as objective as possible, I found out religion was the last factor. There were much bigger factors which they were ignored. And therefore, it is available at YouTube, about 1 hour lecture on this topic. But if you are interested, go check that one. The first one is military-industrial complex that create wars and conflicts. Therefore, at the conclusion, I said the biggest terrorist organizations are government states. Wars all around the world, weapons, all the things are done by governments, but we try to ignore that major trouble we have. And they give birth also as a byproduct, small terrorist organization. They want to distract our attention to them while they are doing all kind of incredible destructions and wars around the world. That was the conclusion, my dear friend.
Well, terrorists are at all levels and all sizes. I mean, you have one person who can terrorize his family, or yeah, you can have a government terrorizing its population or another population. So I think terrorists are at every size, every level.
That's a great way to say it.
Thank you.
Okay, so I am just waiting for Paul to come back in and remove the holding slide that we have, and we will get going with our second session. We have Hernissa here who will be moderating. Hernissa, if you are there, would you like to come online and take over the next session and introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Thank you so much, Nahid. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalam ala rasulillah. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you with happiness, peace, and love. I know it's been a tumultuous time these days all around the world, but to see your lovely faces here today brings hope in the work that we're doing in understanding the Quran. I want to thank Dr. Safi, and especially Nahid and the team that's putting everything together in the background. Without you, none of this would happen. My name is Hurnissa Faryad. I was born in Afghanistan, and my family and I came to the United States as refugees as part of the first wave of Afghans who came into the US after the Soviet invasion in the early 80s. I grew up in Queens, New York City, and I currently live in Northern Virginia. I serve as the Director of Outreach at Multi-Faith Neighbors Network. Our website is mfnn.org, where we work with evangelical Christian pastors, rabbis, and imams, and women all across the United States and overseas to address any faith type based hate or any type of hate that is propelled by faith, and promoting religious freedom here in the United States and overseas as well. So again, I want to welcome you all here today for this amazing conference, and we're going to get started. And I will introduce our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Neelam Hussain. Dr. Hussain holds multiple roles, including Director and Chair of Trustees at the MIAH Foundation and Curator of the Mingana Middle Eastern Collection at the Cadbury Library, Cadbury Research Library,
can be
University
than
of...
what I submitted because I have some extra information. So can I present my PowerPoint from my side instead of uploading what I said?
Yes, we can work with you on that once your session comes up, no problem. If I can just ask everyone to please mute yourself. If you can please mute yourself, if you haven't already done so, that would be great. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
She specializes in the intellectual and cultural history of the medieval Islamic world and teaches various modules on Islamic history, art history, Islamic studies, and research methods at the University of Birmingham. Dr. Hussain's involvement with the Mingana collection includes working on projects and exhibitions related to the Birmingham Qur'an manuscripts in collaboration with partners such as the British Council and the UAE Ministry of Cultural and Knowledge. She has presented her academic research and advocated for increased engagement of minority groups and people of color in the arts and culture sector at national and international conferences. Dr. Hussain has also published on the subject, aiming to bridge the participation gap in the museum and heritage section. Dr. Neelam Hussain, thank you so much for coming. The mic is yours.
Thank you. I'm just about to share my screen. I can't seem to find, I think that's the one. Right. Right, can you see the screen now? Yeah, okay, that's great. Right, sorry, thank you for inviting me to present at this conference. I'm just going to talk you through really some of the work that we've done with the Birmingham Quran manuscript. So many people, well, people have often heard of the radiocarbon dating results of the early Quran manuscript that we have. It's actually just a fragment that we have at the Cadbury Research Library at the University of Birmingham. And I just wanted to really talk to you all about the manuscript itself and its significance and some of the work that's been done, really. And what it really brings to light is some of the research that goes on around early Quran manuscripts. So main question we are often asked, it's usually the first question, is how did we acquire this manuscript? So before I talk about its significance, I'll just talk to you a little bit about how the collection, the Mingana collection, came together, because the Birmingham Quran fragment is one part of the Mingana collection. It came together in the 1920s under the sponsorship of Edward Cadbury. He was the chair, or he was the chair of the famous chocolate making factory, Cadbury, which was established in Bourneville in Birmingham. And he was also very active in the Friends Society, often known as the Quakers, in Woodbrook in Birmingham, which is now part of Selly Oak. And he sponsored somebody called Alfonso Mingana, who was a Chaldean priest born in Mosul, to make several trips to the Middle East in the 1920s to put the collection together. And what he wanted to establish was really a theological library in the heart of Birmingham, dedicated to the study of not only Christianity in the Middle East, but also the study of Islam as well, and other religions. So that's how the collection really came together. And the Birmingham Quran fragment that I'm going to tell you a little bit more about was acquired during this period. Most of the manuscripts were acquired. So we have, I should tell you really, that we have 3,500 manuscripts from across the Middle East, mainly Middle Eastern, some from South Asia and North Africa as well. 2,000 of these manuscripts are what we refer to as Islamic Arabic. We refer to them as Islamic Arabic because we also have a Christian Arabic collection, and we differentiate between the two. As well as that, we have manuscripts in Syriac, just under 700, and in other languages too, including Georgian. So the significance about the, so let me just tell you a little bit more about the Birmingham Quran fragment that we have really. Essentially, it's a bifolio. So it's one folio that's been folded in half, 4 sides of writing, just as you would get if I kind of folded this sheet in half, you would get 4 sides of writing. So what you have on the right is Surah Al-Kahf, which carries on over the next page. Then after that, between, in that middle section, those middle 2 images that you can see, between that and what goes on to this next page on the left side, there would have been other sheets inserted, and just like any book that you might find now, those pages have been lost. So what you have is a section of the Quran going into Surah Al-Kahf, but the end is not part of what we have in our collection. And then it would go on beginning Surah Maryam, and then what we have on the left side of this middle image is the end of Surah Maryam. And then that squiggly line really just denotes the end of Surah Maryam. And what you have below it, you can see the Basmala straight after the line, is the beginning of Surah Taha. So that order tells you that it is the Uthmanic order of manuscripts that we are familiar with, that you will find in any Quran now. And it was part of that Uthmanic canonization that you had round about the year 650. This is just an example so you understand how parchment was prepared. So, the material that the Birmingham Quran fragment is written on is parchment. It's animal skin. We believe it either would have been a sheep or a goat, probably more likely to have been a goat. And essentially, this is how, this image shows you really how the sheets are cut out from the original animal skin. So the animal skin is, stretched, as you can see on the left there, and is treated in lime solutions and various other aspects, and it continues to be stretched and dried until it's ready to be written on, really. So when we talk about a bifolio, we're talking about one of these sheets that you would have got from the original animal skin. So the script that we talk about it having been written on is Hijazi. So, I mean, I hope I'm not patronizing your guests. It's difficult to know how familiar they already are with early Quran manuscripts. So I'll just kind of go over the basic terms that we kind of use to describe the manuscript. So the script that we talk about in the Quran, the one that you could in our fragment at Birmingham, is the Hijazi script, also known as the Ma'il script due to its sloping nature. Another early script is the Kufic script, and people often sort of think that the Kufic script might actually be the earliest, but the Hijazi script really, or the Ma'il script, is earlier than that, and was used in the 7th century. Inscriptions that you find in stones from the 7th century and rocks that still survive until now are very, particularly in the Hijaz, are often written in the same style of this Ma'il script. I mean, the main difference between Hijazi Qurans and Kufic Qurans is, firstly, the Hijazi Quran is often in a vertical format, whereas the Kufic is in a more kind of landscape, horizontal format. The script themselves is quite different. The Kufic one has a more kind of horizontal plane and is kind of stretched out, a little bit more angular in nature. And the Hijazi, obviously, its distinguishing feature is the slight sloping to the right of its letters. When we talk about Hijazi script, or it means it emerged from the Hijaz, this type of script. It doesn't necessarily mean that our fragment would have been written in the Hijaz. In fact, Yassine Dutton has done some work on the recitation type that you will find in the Quran, and he suggests that it could have been copied in Syria. So what we're talking about is a type of script that emerged from the Hijaz. It's not necessary that our particular copy was actually written in the Hijaz. Now, I mean, the main thing that brought it to prominence and to the attention of the world was the radiocarbon dating that was carried out in 2015. It was done at the Oxford Accelerator Unit, and the date range that came back was 568 to 645 with a 95.4% probability. So just to break that down a little bit, really, when we do radiocarbon dating, what we're testing is the carbon-14 in the parchment, so in the material that it's written on. So that's what we're actually dating. And parchment, as you can imagine, you saw that image where you get 4 bifolios from an animal, from a whole animal. It would have taken a herd of sheep or goat to have actually produced a Quran in the size that is ours to produce the complete Quran. So you wouldn't expect that kind of material, it's expensive, to have just been treated and lying around for years on end. So we do believe that it would have been written on, shortly after, this date range that we have. But nevertheless, it's important to emphasize that this date range relates to the material. It doesn't relate to the date of the actual copying. Another thing to note about the radiocarbon dating is also that all we have is a kind of window. 568 to 645, that's just the window where it is, from the radiocarbon dating, it's suggested that that is the period within which the animal would have died. there is nothing, there is no more probability that it's the earliest or the latest. That, you know, you can't narrow it down any further with radiocarbon testing. That's all it really provides you with. We often get asked, why have you not radiocarbon tested the ink, for example? And the reason for that is actually it's not possible to get, you know, there is no scientifically reliable way to be able to extract that ink and actually just test the ink as something separate. So it, you know, all we have to go on is the parchment to give us an indicator of when it was likely to have been written. I probably don't need to explain to anybody where the Hijaz region is, you know, Mecca and Medina in present-day Saudi Arabia. Just another thing to note would be number 4 there, which is for start. And that's when, if we're going to start to talk about the provenance, really. So if, or its history. So thinking about where we believe this manuscript would have originally come from, we do believe that it came from, well, it was kept, at least for a large part of its history, at the Amr ibn al-As Mosque in Fustat, which is in Old Cairo. We know that because although we don't have a, you know, we think our copy was most likely have been purchased by a European book dealer. But what we do know is that we have matching leaves. So we have 2 leaves, if we're referring to them as leaves, which is 4 sides of writing. The Paris Bibliothèque Nationale, MS Arab 328C, actually has another 16 leaves that match what we have here in Birmingham. And that has a much more clearly documented history and provenance of where it comes from. And we can say with much more certainty that that came from the Mosque of Amr ibn al-As. And we know that our leaves actually match those of the ones in Paris. Another question that often comes up with the Birmingham Qur'an manuscript in particular is perhaps there is an underwriting, which you often find, you know, which is not often, which is not unusual to find, where it's thought that it is, it was, the term is completely gone from my mind now. It will come to me. Where it was originally written on and the ink was erased and then it was used again. Palimpsest, that's the word. So some people have argued or perhaps suggested, you know, could we explore the fact that it might be a palimpsest, which would match the radiocarbon dating. And, you know, and perhaps it was written on later. What we can say from the multispectral imaging we did is that there is no trace of an underwriting. So there is no evidence to suggest that it was previously written on and then the writing was erased and written on again. So we do think that the first time this parchment was written on is the writing that we have at the present day. We also know from multispectral imaging that it's iron gall ink that was used for the writing. I mean, that's a quick summary, really. I mean, 15 minutes is not very long, so I'm keen to make sure that I don't go over.
You have time.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, really, the question about the Birmingham Qur'an manuscript, I mean, certainly I don't know whether it's tilted, you know, towards my own experience. A lot of people have heard about the Birmingham Qur'an manuscript, and they might, you know, some even think that it's been suggested to be the earliest. I mean, I guess that's one of the myths, really. You know, we can't say that with certainty. In fact, it's impossible to say which one is the earliest. I mean, we probably have the earliest in the UK, and we have one of the earliest in the world, but there are other manuscripts as well. So you have, for example, the Salam manuscript, which is a palimpsest. We know, you know, from its writing that there is an underwriting there as well. You've got the Tübingen manuscript, and there's another one, the Parisino Petropolitanus as well. Although that one's not been radiocarbon dated. So there are other early manuscripts out there. There are also manuscripts such as those like the ones in Topkapi and in Samarkand, which are often referred to as being the Uthmanic copy. And, you know, it kind of pains me really to disappoint people who have been there to see it, because they're actually in the Kufic writing that I showed you right at the beginning. So, you know, we can be fairly certain, well, we can be certain that actually they are not the Uthmanic copies. Sorry, when I refer to the Uthmanic copies, I'm talking about the 4 copies that Uthman ibn Affan was thought to have had copied and sent to different parts of the Muslim world. You know, so the ones in Topkapi and the ones in Tashkent, for example, which is often known as the Samarkand copy, are not really the, you know, they sometimes say, you know, they have the blood stains on there as well. But there's no evidence to kind of suggest that they were actually Uthmanic copies. They seem to be from the 9th to 10th century, really. And I guess the main thing with our particular fragment is when the radiocarbon dating was announced, it did really capture kind of world's imagination. We had a lot of interest in seeing it, and we continue to have a lot of interest in seeing it. So I guess there's something about the publicity that happened that has resonated with people. And when we put it on display in October 2015, we did actually, it was quite a small exhibition, but we had people from all over the world come to visit it. So, and some people really felt a kind of very spiritual connection. Other people were just coming. Other people have been cynical and have wondered, you know, so just to give you an idea of how people have reacted, really. So, you know, other people have been cynical. I think one scholar suggested that he could see through the writing and was absolutely sure it was a palimpsest, but the multispectral imaging, you know, shows without doubt that it's not a palimpsest. Others wonder about, are kind of cynical as in what's really going on when people are doing early Quran manuscript research. What are they really trying to prove? And is it meant to try to discredit? I mean, from my point of view, it isn't. I think it's important to engage with research in early Quran manuscripts. But I think here's the difference between, I mean, here where the difference between, I would say, Muslim scholars and non-Muslim scholars can sometimes arise. It's not always there. I think, from, you know, for Muslim scholars or Muslims in general, some of them who are more cynical about the need for radiocarbon dating or anything like that would suggest, you know, what's the point? What does it add? And others would say we need to engage with this kind of research. From my perspective as curator, I think our responsibility is just to carry on slowly doing research around this issue and engaging with research in the field, but also, you know, as a collection, you know, and I think most curators would acknowledge that, you know, as a cultural collection, it's important to engage with communities, and that accounts for a lot of the work that we've done with local mosques and local communities. And we've also done various exhibitions in these are the ones that we did in UAE, but also, you know, nearer to home in Birmingham. And this is some of the, you know, an example of some of the community engagement work we've done, where we engage people with not just what early Quran manuscripts can tell you, but what manuscript culture in general can sort of bring to people. So that's really a kind of quick summary of what I have. I hope I've stuck to time.
You did great. Thank you so much, Dr. Hussein. I do have to say, I just came back from Turkey and you just killed all my hopes of, wow, I actually got pictures of
well, I think it's some beautiful, they have some really beautiful examples. And actually, you know, the one that, and they have some other very early ones, but the one they often say is the Uthmanic Codex is not, it's actually later. But nevertheless, it's a beautiful codex. It was one, you know, that, you know, it's only a century or two later, which still tells you, you know, we've got over 1,000 years, you know, we've got a copy that's over 1,000 years old, which is pretty incredible, really.
Absolutely. And it's really great to see how science brings all these things together and puts things into perspective as to when we think a certain item is from a certain date, but it could actually be much older. Thank you so much, Dr. Hussein. That was fantastic. And thank you for joining us and giving us such an insightful information on your presentation.
Mm.
And so now we're going to move into our presentation segment of our speakers. I do want to remind our speakers that you do have 10 minutes for your presentation. I will give you a 1-minute indicator about your time so that you're within the time limit, so that we respect everyone's time who is here and who is watching and listening. For those of you who are listening, if you'd like to ask questions, you could write it in the chat below, and I will get to your questions during our Q&A with the presenters. First, we have Brother Talal Itani. He is a Lebanese-American author, translator, and entrepreneur. He was born in Lebanon in 1961 and grew up in Beirut. He received his education in both the Middle East and the United States, earning a degree in electrical engineering. In 1983, Talal Itani founded a software development company in the United States, which became very successful. However, his passion became the Quran, and he began to pursue this passion seriously in the mid-1990s. He is best known for his English translation of the Quran, which he completed in 2012. The translation has received widespread acclaim for its accuracy, clarity, beauty, and accessibility. Brother Itani currently resides in the United States, where he continues to develop software and translate the Quran. Welcome, Brother Talal. Thank you so much for being here. I look forward to your presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Salam alaikum, and thank you for being here. I studied the Quran by listening to it in Arabic and reading English translations. And really, this was my only way of studying and learning the Quran. I was living in the United States. I wasn't connected with any schools or any scholars. So I would just get the Quran on cassette tapes by different reciters, listen to it daily, day after day, month after month, and at the same time, reading the English translations, also going from one translation to another. And I did that for very many years. At the same time, I was doing Dawa. I mean, I really fell in love with the Quran. It blew my mind away, and I was determined to share it with others, my family, neighbors, people who I know. And I was doing Dawa by giving copies of the Quran, as well as sharing verses with them. I mean, I saw that the Quran can have information that is so specific. I mean, miraculously specific to something happening today in my life or in the lives of others. So I was determined to know where these verses are and take them to the person. So because I live in the United States and everyone around me, basically, they're English speaking, including my family, I had to convey everything in English. And through the years, I exposed myself to every English translation that I was aware of. And as a result, I knew the strength and the weaknesses of the translations. And really every translation impressed me, yet every one of them, in my opinion, I saw a weakness in it, a weakness that disappointed me. And that was 10 years ago. I was, for a period of time, giving Dawa at a jail. And I was also offering them copies of the Quran and also giving a class and having one-on-one talk. And one time I was giving this inmate a copy of the Quran, and in my heart, I was apologizing to him. I was giving him a copy that I could barely understand. I mean, the English language is so difficult, you know, Old English, complicated sentences, exotic vocabulary. I left the jail really disappointed with myself, disappointed that I was unable to find a translation that is very easy to read and at the same time, very accurate. So with time, I became able, and it was like a dream at the beginning. It was a thought, but I knew I was incapable of taking the Quran from Arabic and put it in English. And I kept reading and studying and reading and studying and memorizing and listening and reading until I decided to basically take the Quran and port it from Arabic to English. And that was my purpose. As it is in Arabic, as you read the book in Arabic, now we're going to read the same book in English. So in my opinion, what's a good translation? Well, it should be in the English you speak today. I mean, now I'm speaking with you in English. I'm not speaking in exotic English. I'm not speaking in biblical English. I'm not speaking in the English that was used 500 years ago. This is the English we should translate the Quran into. It should be clear and easy to read. So say you go to the bookstore or to the store and you buy a novel. You don't struggle to understand it. You don't focus on the language. You don't try to decipher the meaning. You don't go and buy a dictionary to understand what the novelist meant. You just read it. And in my opinion, a translation of the Quran should be the same way. It should be smooth to read. It shouldn't interrupt you with anything in parentheses. The sentences should be simple. Okay, so there are ayahs in the Quran that are very long. And if you translate that ayah without punctuation, basically it becomes very hard to understand. The reader will have to look for the beginning of the concept and the end of the concept and break the sentence on his own, on her own, and that's very difficult to do. Yet, alhamdulillah, the Quran has where you pause. And I used that to break the long sentences into smaller sentences. Basically, punctuation was very, very, very important to me. And it's still very important. I used common vocabulary. I have been living in the United States for 44 years, and I counted them today. So I know if a word is used or not. I know if a word is popular or not. I know how popular a word is. So basically, any word that is not popular, I did not use it. Because if it's not used, others will not be able to read and understand the translation. And of course, accuracy is important, highly important. When we're translating, we're relaying a message. And if we mistranslate, we are being dishonest. And of course, we should not be dishonest. And while translating, I got tempted multiple times to basically, push the meaning one way or another. And I really reminded myself. And then, of course, the decision is to keep the meaning as is, regardless. And sometimes I had a choice, clarity versus accuracy. And of course, accuracy always overruled. In my opinion, when we're porting a message from one language to another, we should not interpret, we should not explain, and we should not clarify. So if an ayah or if a message in the Quran is not very clear, I kept it not very clear. If it's ambiguous, I kept it ambiguous. I did not put anything in parentheses in order to clarify the meaning, because I think this is to be avoided. So I tried as much as I can to keep it as is. And I have no agenda to push. I live in the United States. I'm not connected with organizations. I'm not connected with governments. I'm not very well even connected with people. I work on my own. And I don't have an agenda to push. And as a result, I did not push any agenda. And people have told me, wow, your translation is not sectarian. That was a while back. And I asked them, what do you mean it's not sectarian? And one person really explained it to me. He said, you're not pushing an agenda on anyone. So that's good. As much as possible, it should be free for others to distribute and to republish. And I did that. So all the files are there on my website, clearquran.com, in multiple versions, in multiple file formats. People are free to distribute it, even to reprint it without my authorization. So to other translations, if this is possible, it's a plus, because it can make more people read the Quran. Yesterday, we debated whether the word Allah can be used. No, not the word Allah, whether the word God can be used in a translation, or should we stick with the word Allah? And it's a debate, and both sides have good points. What I did, I have the translation in both editions, even printed. There is a God version, I call it God version, and Allah version. And on the website, a person can drop down and choose whether he reads in the name of Allah, the gracious, the merciful, or read in the name of God, the gracious, of the merciful. Something else I noticed about the English language, something I learned about the English language. The English language evolves through time. So take a book written 100 years ago in English, it's a different English, slightly different. Take a book written 200 years ago, it is very different. I have the Bible published in year 1611, and I cannot read it. It's in English, it's in whatever they call it, some English, but it is unreadable today. So because the English language evolves, a translation should evolve. So an English translation that was good 50 years ago, in my opinion, today, basically, it's not to be read.
Brother Talal, you have less than a minute left, just giving you a heads up.
Thank you so much. So basically, my idea is my translation does evolve through time, should evolve through time, and I did evolve it through time. Especially because some things in the Quran can be understood differently by different people in different periods of time. So a translation should not be frozen in time, should always evolve. And take my translation today, if it doesn't evolve in 10 years, throw it away, because in my opinion, it's no longer any good. Okay, something else regarding the printed book. You open the Quran in Arabic, it has no introduction, it has no foreword, and it has no preface. You open it, and here is Al-Fatiha, and this is wonderful. This is what the person reads first, Al-Fatiha, the word of Allah. And my translation, the same way, I have no introduction, no foreword, no preface. The person opens, and here is Al-Fatiha, and I think this is positive. I did use technology. I did use AI to check the grammar. Is the Quran translatable? That's debatable. I can find verses, show you verses that cannot be translated, but that's a different subject. And thank you so much, and I appreciate you listening, and may Allah bless you and bless all those who organized this conference.
Thank you so much, Brother Talal. That was an amazing perspective of why you chose to translate the Quran and your sincerity. And I love the fact that you're saying it's free for anyone to print and give out. So really appreciate that, alhamdulillah. And we'll come back to you, inshallah, at the Q&A with everybody else. And if, again, for those of you listening who have questions, please write it down in the chat and I will get to it during our Q&A. Now we're going to move to our next presenter, Dr. Abdul Hayy. His title of Quran translation is Quran, the Final Revelation, and his presentation title is Easy Quran for Dawa. Dr. Abdul Hayy is an accomplished scholar and engineer with extensive experience in the aerospace industry, particularly with NASA. He holds a PhD in mechanical engineering and has contributed significant projects such as the space station and space shuttle. Additionally, he has written 17 technical papers and holds a US patent. Dr. Hayy is also a registered professional engineer in Texas. Driven by a passion for promoting Islamic knowledge, Dr. Hayy has authored 20 books on Islam, Dawa, and comparative religion. His notable accomplishments include translating the Quran into accessible format for various audiences, including Muslims, non-Muslims, and even establishments like hotels and hospitals. This translated version of the Quran has gained recognition and is used by institutions such as the Pentagon. Dr. Hayy's bio is quite extensive and he has a lot of experience, but I'm going to give his time for his presentation. So Dr. Hayy, please go ahead. The mic is yours.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. The host has to able.
Yeah, you're on. Do you need to share your screen? You have that available.
Yes, I have. Okay, can you see this page?
Not yet.
Can you see my? Okay.
We see you though.
Okay, how about my page?
No,
if you click on the bottom of the Zoom screen and click the share screen button, then you'll be able to share with us whatever it is you want to present.
Okay.
There you go. Perfect. Okay.
So you can see now.
Yes. Yes. Perfect.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. As I said,
Walaikum
I met Pentagon people in Washington in 1995, and they give us some example that, look, we have people who want Quran, but the problem is they don't understand the English. It's difficult. So I did research. I used to carry a dictionary to understand the meaning, like the brother Talal was saying. Eventually I thought, no, it should not be that difficult to understand the meaning. So I took most popular Quran, 6 of them, and used Noble Quran, Salam, as a base to translate. So the point is easy translation, interpretation of the meaning of the Quran. That is my focus. And I have 2 things different than any other Quran, which are very important. First of all, I use Noble Quran, and there are 25 prophets Allah mentioned in the Quran. I use English names so that someone not a Muslim, he finds some prophet's name in Bible and Torah, he can find the same name in the Quran. Prophet Muhammad's life, what he accomplished every year of his life. This is very important. Most of us do not know. Only people know that he married so many times, he traveled, migrated. But what was his activities? That's why I picked up, there is a book called Atlas of the Quran from Salam. I picked up most of the historical facts about Prophet's travel. His last sermon, and he sent out letters to the kings and rulers. The Quran today, the Quran you see is, like the sister was saying a little earlier, 2 Qurans still exist, Osman Ghani's Quran. One in Istanbul, one is in Uzbekistan. So those Quran are examples to prove that it is the same Quran which was revealed to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. In fact, if you open any Bible or any other religious books, nobody even knows who wrote those books. But Quran has authenticity. Also, I use Allah and Rabb in the whole Quran, because these 2 words cannot be translated. You can say God, but the problem with the God is there are many gods. In Hindu religion, there are thousands of gods. So our Allah is not one of them. So we keep it Allah to make sure he is unique and he is Rabb. Rest of them can be translated. Only places I used God where there is a specifically mention about God. Also, all the numerical numbers should be in fractions, like fractions, 1/6, 1/5, 1/3, all those numbers, not in English words, but in fractions or numbers. So people can see how numerically it is organized by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Every verse of the Quran is numbered. First number is surah number, second word is ayat number. That is throughout the Quran. And also there is one important factor I discovered while doing the research, that there are quotations. In the Quran, there are single quotations, first quotation and second quotations. Many places, most of the places it is being ignored. So it distorts the meaning. Good example, beginning to the end, or disbelievers. And also there is a second quotation. If we do not mention those quotations correctly, then some of the meaning can be distorted. And also there is continuation, as you can see. Whenever there is a continuation of the end of any verse, it is comma, and it followed by the next verse with the lowercase, as you can see. So it shows continuation. If there is a full stop at the end of the sentence, that means it starts new. Similarly, in place, verse number 6 to 16. If you look at them, Allah is describing, has not Allah made the earth like a bed? It's the question mark, right? But what is the question? But we started with comma, as you can see, comma, 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 and lowercase, lowercase, lowercase. And at the end of the 16th verse, it shows the question. Garden of thick growth. So it is a complete description from 6 to 16. And then Allah mentioned about the question. So that's how it should be clearly defined. Many places it is not defined, so it distorts the meaning. A good example, has not Allah made the earth like a bed? the mountain aspects. The mountain aspects is the description. So if you put full stop at the end of the bed, it distorts, it cuts off the meaning of the description Allah is trying to make here in these verses. So that's how it is made throughout the translation, so that it reflects the correct meaning of the translation. And there are 25 prophets, as you can see, mentioned in the Quran, 25 of them. It shows, I put English names so that Abraham is connected with Ismail, Moses, and Jesus. So people can see how they are connected and understand. And of the prophet travel, I have a list of the places, as you can see. And places are marked. This is very educational even for Muslims. Atlas of the Quran has all those descriptions. So you can see that all the places where each of the prophet travel are marked clearly. So you can educate and see how they travel, how they spread Islam and other activities. Also, life of Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam is very important. People do not know about his activities. So I have, because I'm an engineer, I put this table. This table took more time than the Quran translation itself. On the left column is the year, right column is the age and what happened. Anything significant, like victory of Makkah, 630 at the age of 60. All those things are marked clearly to show his activities. And this is the last part of the sentence. In between, we have many other activities. And how Quran is spread to the east and west, and so on. His last sermon is there in Arafat. And history of Quran compilation is very important. How Quran was compiled during Prophet's time, during Abu Bakr, during Osman Ghani, which we read today. And I found a beautiful page from the University of Southern California, students' website, MSA. They have just one page showing all the connections, all the events of the compilation. It was very helpful. And Prophet has, as you know, he was a universal prophet. He was the Rahmatul lil Alamin. So he reached out to the kings and rulers of different countries, which are mentioned in Atlas of the Quran. This is his letter. He reached out to Abyssinia, Bahrain, Madayan, Persia, Jerusalem, Alexandria, Oman, Yamama, all the way to the Rome. So these are his major letters, besides many other letters he wrote to the kings and rulers, inviting them towards Islam. So this is important event, that he has not only confined himself to Makkah or Medina, but he was reaching out to every part of the world. And just to give an example of easy translation, as you can see, this is the Surah Fatiha. The numbering system is first number is the surah number, second number is the ayat number, and all over the place. Only thing, it has no other explanation. The reason being, I faced with a lot of people, a lot of organizations, they do not take the Quran. The reason being, they have all kinds of distorted explanation. I'm sorry to say that. So I did not put any explanation. Anywhere there is a clarification needed, I put it in the parentheses, as you can see, number 5. You means Allah here. You alone we worship, and you, Allah alone, we seek help. So any word in the parentheses, it is not from Arabic, but added to clarify the background information. So it is easier for someone reading to understand. And for the whole Quran, it is like this. And I got letters from Pentagon, Army, Air Force, Navy. They use it for their Army, Air Force, Navy all over the world. And they like this Quran. They actually suggested these things, background information. So it is educational Quran. It is not like any other translation. Rather, it is something to educate people to know about the Creator, and so on. And they reviewed and they accepted. A Pentagon, Washington, have a office from where they distribute to every part of the world. I work with them and supply them continuously. And I have 3 Quran. One is in English, another in Spanish, and third one is French. As you can see, English Quran is going everywhere, all over the country. Spanish, I live in the United States, from Texas to San Diego, California, southern part of USA. large percentage of population are Spanish speaking. In fact, in the year 2040, Spanish will be fastest growing population in this country. There will be majority.
Dr. Hai, you have less
Yes.
than a minute left. I'm just giving you a
so
heads up.
so I supply to those places, and I work with them worldwide right now, New Zealand to every part of the world. I have organization Final Revelation, and this is my column. On the left column, I suggest every Quran translator should have listed those things. They should have it to educate people to know about Quran better. And the right side is wishful list, should have it to make a better translation. And that should be easy way. Remember, most of the time our focus is only to the Muslim. Quran is a guidance for mankind. How it will be guidance if we do not explain clearly? So we should think about the non-Muslim. I have street Dawa. I have people doing on the street in many parts of the country, major cities, in front of the shopping mall. They distribute Quran, people take Shahada on the spot. I supply all over the country in the jails. I get hundreds of letters. I respond to them, send them Quran. Many became Muslim. They even praying Zuma, praying all kinds of activities. I work with them to make better Muslim while they are in the jail. Jazakallah khair for your time. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dr. Hyde. That was an amazing presentation. You get an A++ for that animated PowerPoint presentation. I loved it. I loved it. It was so nice. Thank you so much for that. And
you
may
can
Allah
share
subhanahu
with
wa ta'ala bless
everybody.
you.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Thank you so much.
So this is my contact number.
We will-
Anybody has?
We will move to the next presenter, and then we'll have questions in our Q&A session. So thank you so much. Next, we have Haki Hilmas. His title of Quran translation is the Noble Quran, and the presentation title is Understanding, Unveiling Challenges and Pursuing Authentic Challenges. Haki Hilmas was born in 1949 to an illiterate farmer family in the village of Muharrem Kolu, now known as Kayabasi in Basir district of Konya, Turkey. Sorry if I butchered those city names. His father's profound devotion to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his respect for religious scholars led him to learn how to read the Quran from their village tutors at a very young age. He also memorized several surahs after completing primary school in 1961. He began assisting his father in the fields and vineyards. In 1963, upon hearing about a Quran course in his neighboring town of Mantastir, currently Uzumlu, he ran away without informing his family and enrolled in the course. There, he worked on becoming a Hafiz, following work which he commenced his study in Arabic. In 1965, he was chosen from among Arabic speakers to receive further education in Alanya. In 1969, he was selected to become a teacher at an advanced studies course in Istanbul. During this period, he had the opportunity to meet esteemed scholars and fellow aspiring scholars in Istanbul. He did end up leaving his position to complete his studies at an Imam Hatib school as a distant learner, and volunteered as a preacher and served as an informal Arabic teacher and conducted various religious studies. We want to thank you so much, Brother Haki, for joining us today. We are looking forward to your presentation, so I give the mic over to you. Please go ahead.
I respectfully greet all the esteemed professors attending to this conference and all my brothers and sisters watching this conference.
Brother Haki, if you don't mind, if you can please tilt your camera towards you, because we see half of you. We would like to see all of you, if that would.
Okay. Okay.
If you can move over.
Esteemed professors attending to this conference.
Yeah, we still can't see your face, Brother Haki. We'll have to move the screen.
The situation here is that Brother Haki's presentation is being translated by his colleague here. I think what you can do, sir, is if you can come close to the mic, then we can hear you.
Perfect, thank you.
Any better? I don't know. I'm his translator. I respectfully greet all the esteemed professors attending to this conference and all my brothers and sisters watching this conference.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Alhamdulillah allazi hadana lihaza wa ma kunna linahtadiya lawla an hadana Allah wa ma tawfiqi wa la i'tisami illa billah. عليه توكلت وإليه أنيب.
Since I'm not sufficiently proficient in English, my esteemed brother Okan will present the opinions I wish to express. He will relay my messages. I hope the mic is good. Respected brothers, may Allah's peace, mercy, and forgiveness be upon you. Thank you very much for your invitation to this important organization. I would also like to congratulate all of my brothers and sisters who have contributed to the study of Quran and wish them success. Respected brothers, until now, we have tried to understand and explain the Quran, not in the way Allah has shown it, but in other ways. No matter how hard we try.
Salam alaikum. We are finding the volume a bit low. So if there's anything you can do to improve the volume, it would be appreciated.
It is the best, but anyway. Any better?
That's a lot better.
Okay. Respected brothers, until now we have tried to understand and explain the Quran not in the way Allah has shown it, but in other ways. No matter how hard we try, it's not possible for us to understand and explain the Quran correctly with the Mus'haf we have. Those who know this issue will either be on the side of Allah or those who follow the lie that there is a consensus in the arrangement of the Mus'haf by Caliph Osman. We have to be sincere about this matter. The reasons for this are, there is no tartil in this Mus'haf. There is no tadabbur in this Mus'haf. Many ayats in this Mus'haf are not in the paragraphs where they should be. There are many lahas in this Mus'haf. There are no important and serious qira'ats in this Mus'haf. In addition, the translation studies carried out today are influenced by the tafsirs based on hadiths. Many of us are also affected by it. Unfortunately, many words and concepts today have meanings other than their original meaning. They are interpreted and used in their today's meanings, and the translations are made accordingly. Although the Quran is mubin, simplified, easy to understand, the verses are misinterpreted even though they are plain. Concepts taught by Quran has been attributed to the false meanings such as Salam, Salat, Sajdah, Junub, Zikr, Tesbih, Ruku, Hajj, Qibla, Hikam, etc. That's why the Quran has lost its charm, even has become an element of hatred for some.
Mikrofondan işitilmiyor. Bu şeyden konuşma. Normal mikrofondan konuş. Speak with the normal. Yeah, I think it is waving up and down. We don't hear. Change the microphone. Go to the computer, please. Sorry for interference, but
yeah. Okay. Okay. Concepts,
now it is better.
Okay. Concepts taught by Quran has been attributed to false meanings such as Salam, Salat, Sajdah, Junub, Zikr, Tesbih, Ruku, Hajj, Qibla, Hikam, etc. That's why the Quran has lost its charm, even has become an element for hatred for some. Most of those try to gain fame or benefits. The integrality of the Quran is not taken into account in translations. When we read Quran, we should take refuge in Allah. That is, while reading Quran, problems and questions emerge in the minds, and Quran readers should analyze, solve the problems, and convince themselves fully. Yet, taking refuge to Allah concept is restricted just to saying the phrase, the words muhkem and mutashabih are not understood with their real meanings. I believe that individual translations of the Quran will contain many errors. Therefore, a good translation should be done by a committee, say of at least 40 to 50 people. I have tried very hard for this committee to become a reality, but unfortunately I was unsuccessful. When necessary, I will present these items in detail with examples. Issues. I don't pay much attention to the Iraq and Qur'an errors in the Musaf that don't affect faith.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm sorry to interrupt again, but there really is a problem with the sound quality.
Yeah, if you speak into the screen, we hear you better. Then when you look down, maybe that will help. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your diligence and your working with us. Thank you.
Okay. Issues. Any better? I hope. Yeah.
Yes,
I don't know
thank
which
you.
parts you are missing, but
It's okay. No worries. Thank you so much.
okay. I don't pay much attention to the Iraq and Qur'an errors in the Musaf that don't affect faith, but they should also be eliminated through the international cooperation. When the first Musaf was created, it is known that Khalif Osman said, "You have done well, but I see some errors, lahan, in the Musaf. However, leave them as they are, because Arabs will correct them with their pronunciation." If the scribe had been from the Sakif tribe and the person who ordered from Husayl, these errors would not have been made. As an example, we must admit that in the Osman Musaf, because there is no tertil and tedebbür, we don't know where to link the preposition be at the beginning of the first word of the Musaf, Bismillah. Again, in the official Musaf, we don't know where to send the pronoun Übel. The second word of the surah that is Ikhlas, listed as number 112. Again, in the official Musaf, we don't know where to send the pronoun who in Inna Anzalnahu at the beginning of the Surah Al-Qadr, listed as number 97 and what it represents. A simple problem arising from punctuation. In Araf 124, Taha 71, Shu'ara 49, and Ma'idah 33, we see the word khilaf with a dot letter H, appearing today with the phrase cutting of hands and feet. And we generally accept it as cross-cutting hands and feet. Cross-cutting means cutting one from each side. If we read the word khilaf without a dot, it means agreement, commitment, covenant among the community, and usually refers to agreement on unity, togetherness, and power union. Due to lack of tedebbür, many verses in the official Musaf appear not as the word of God, but as if they were the words of the Messenger of Allah. For example, An'am 114, 104, Nemil 91, 92. The fact that surahs of Quran are not separated in the Musaf has given rise to many problems, primarily the lack of tertil and tedebbür. Among these are issues such as nesih, tearuz, tenakus, müphem, and müşkil. The first and 41st verse of the Surah Al-Anfal is a clear example of this. Here is another example. In the Osman Musaf, the total of the mathematical ratios does not represent the whole in the inheritance distribution in the verses 7 to 12 of Surah Al-Nisa, because there is no contemplation. Therefore, atheists claim that God does not know mathematics. Anyone who learns and investigates this either remains silent or starts doubting about the Quran and Allah. Here is another very clear example. Surah Luqman, verses 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 14, 15 should be in unity. But verses 14 and 15 have been inserted into Luqman's advice. Accepting these expressions in verses 14 and 15 as Luqman's words is not something anyone would accept. Problem of lahan. The recitation and lahan, pronunciation error referring to the Y letter in the word ibadiyeh is number 10 and 53 are at a level that could tarnish the essence of Islam Tawheed. Here it is, the meaning will be Allah has made people to the servants of the Prophet.
Brother Haki, just want to give you a heads up that you have 1 minute left.
Another example of Lahan. In the chapter of At-Takfir, the phrase Zi Kuwetin in the verse 20 makes the Quran the messenger's word. The 40th verse of Al-Haqqa is read in the same direction and the same meaning is inferred. However, if the expression Zi Kuwetin in Takfir 20 is read as Zu Kuwetin, it will be understood that the revelation, namely the Quran, becomes the messenger itself. After this conference, I would also like to correspond with the professors who attended this conference, exchange ideas, and get to know them better. I extend my respects once again, and I finish my presentation by reading Surah Al-Asr. Okay, I guess the time is up. Okay.
Thank you so much, Brother Haki, and brother, for translating and being torn in different directions by us. I really apologize for that, and I want to thank you so much for your patience and for translating. And Brother Haki, thank you so much for your work that you do, and mashallah, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. Maybe if you can email us his speech, we can get it out to everyone who's participating so they can read what he had to say, because they are important words. And I understand sometimes technology does not work in our favor, but I want to thank you so much, Brother Haki. And brother, what's your name translating for him?
Gökhan.
Gökhan, thank you so much. You did a great job. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
It is all for Quran.
Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're going to go. Okay, we're going to go now to our next speaker and keep up time. And we're going to Brother Jason Chris Hawk. His title of Quran translation is The Quran, a Chronological Modern Interpretation, published in 2017. His presentation title is Reviving Quranic Understanding, Journey, Challenges, and Ethical Translation. Jason Chris Hawk is the author of The Quran, a Chronological Modern English Interpretation. Major Jason Chris Hawk retired from the U.S. Army after 23 years of service, focused mainly on the Middle East and Afghanistan. Jason worked beside Muslim colleagues and friends throughout his time and studied Islam and Islamic cultures. His work took him to the UAE, Oman, Qatar, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and other Muslim majority nations. In the Army, Jason studied Dari and Arabic for 21 months at the Defense Language Institute, became a Malone Fellow in Arab and Islamic Studies, and was a Council on Foreign Relations term member. Jason earned his master's degree in South Asian and Middle Eastern Security Studies from Naval Postgraduate School. After retiring from the Army in 2015, Jason became a professor of Islamic Studies and began an ongoing nationwide interfaith mission to dispel the myths surrounding Muslims. In 2017, he published his Quran interpretation, and it received 2 awards for excellence in writing, including the Gold Medal from the National Indie Excellence Awards book contest. In 2018, he launched a podcast called We're Just Talking About It that allowed Muslim guests to describe Islam to non-Muslims in their own work. Thank you so much, Jason, for coming. We look forward to your presentation. The mic is all yours.
All right, gotcha. Thanks for having me here. Thanks to the organizers, the moderators, and speakers. This has been time well spent. I really appreciate it. So my story, keeping on the ethics theme of this last panel, is to talk about the ethics of non-Muslims sharing the Quran in their language. When I was nearly finished with my Quran, I almost didn't publish it. I had everything completed in the manuscript. It just needed some more editing. And I started to get a lot of criticism from a lot of very angry and hateful people. So I went to my Islamic studies mentor, and he asked me a series of questions. He said, Jason, does the Quran belong to only Muslims or to all humankind? I said, humankind. He said, does the Quran invite you to read it? Yes. Does it invite you to think about it, to interpret it? Yes. He said, does the Quran invite you to share the Quran? I said, yes. He said, then, Jason, you're not Muslim, but you are answering God's call. So if these critics don't understand that, then they don't understand Islam. and they should go back and read the Quran some more. And that really changed my mind about moving forward with this. And it was great advice from a very trusted friend who I'd been to mosque with, before and shared meals with, and a lot of long discussions. So after another 6 months of editing and working with a publisher, I did publish the book and went on a national book tour, using that to help me in my interfaith mission. And later I sat down for lunch with the former president of Islamic Society of North America. And after about 3 hours of a lunch with him and his wife, he said, "Jason, I think you've been trained your whole life to explain Islam to non-Muslims." He said, "I've never met anybody who was taught through other means to fall into this line of work. So I think you're doing what you're supposed to be doing." My background quickly, I grew up as a Baptist. A long line of preachers back to the 1800s have been Baptist preachers. I grew up with the Jewish best friends, with a lot of Catholic friends, with Mormon friends, went to church, synagogue, temple with them, and learned other religions throughout my whole life. In the 1990s, I went to the Middle East for the first time and really started working to study the Quran, study Islamic culture and Arabic culture. So those are kind of my roots in that. And that led me to, in retirement, an interfaith mission, which I didn't think I was going to be doing. But in the 2015-16 run up to our election, there was a lot of discussions about Islam between Trump and Clinton and Obama. And none of it was very useful for Americans. They got very confused by it. A lot of people grew angry. A lot of Muslims felt attacked by it. So I started an interfaith mission to just go around the country and explain in 20 minutes or less what Islam is and what Islam isn't, which led to a lot of questions about the Quran and what is in the Quran and what isn't in the Quran. And though I'd read it many times, I couldn't answer that in a suitable way. So that led me to start the translation and interpretation process of the Quran, so that I could put out a book that was written by somebody that might be seen as more trustworthy, for lack of a better word, by people who don't know anything about Islam. And so that sent me down that path. And I wanted to have it to be easy to read for all the same reasons so many other people spoke about. I wanted it easy to read, modern English, take out the commentary, focus on what the words mean and let people read it for themselves and have a better understanding. So I think that the lessons from writing that book and wandering around the country, speaking about it and teaching Islamic studies courses on this ethics of the translation, there's this great set of rules from the Bishop of Stockholm. And one of those rules for religious understanding is that when you want to learn about a religion, you should ask adherents to that religion and not enemies of it to explain it to you. And I had kind of a fourth rule to what the bishop was saying. I think in many cases, an audience is more likely to listen to a non-Muslim explaining Islam because all of the pretenses come down. I've actually gone into churches to speak to groups the week after a Muslim scholar came in to do the same exact pitch to explain Islam 101. And I sat through both, and the questions were completely different. When a Muslim is explaining Islam, non-Muslims do not ask the same questions because many of them would be rude. Many of them would be seen as a challenge or even an attack. But with a non-Muslim, people really open up and ask a lot more questions. So I think that's a piece of the puzzle. I didn't translate the Quran and interpret it and publish it to bring anybody to join a religion, and I didn't do it to denigrate a religion. I just did it to open a door to another religion so people could study it, because I spent my whole life studying other religions and being attacked for my own religion. So I understand all of that. So I think a lot of the things that you all discussed, I agree completely about. I think a translator should know the questions that non-Muslims have about Islam. And it's hard to get those sometimes. You have to go and really look for the hard questions that non-Muslims are asking about Islam and the Quran before you endeavor into this, because you should be able to answer them when you talk about it. They're looking for someone to be unbiased. You shouldn't write to attack another sect or another religion, and you should, that will just cause more mistrust in what you're writing and what you're saying. You should be humble in your book. I firmly believe we are all flawed and none of us are absolutely correct. So I try not to use the word must I think should is a better way to think about how we should write, how we should translate and speak about this. Only God will be able to know who was right and who was wrong. Translators should be building bridges and not building walls, not using this time and their platform to cause more anger and distrust. You should be able to handle the criticism and the hateful responses. I have been chased down in parking lots by people. It is scary to go out and speak about Islam sometimes, and I get it from both directions, from non-Muslims and from Muslims. So be ready for that when you are translating. Avoid the hateful commentary, harmful commentary. I think many of us have spoke on that. And I think for non-Muslims to share the Quran, you're getting to a whole new audience. And I think that's an important part of this. I think we should welcome non-Muslims to translate the Quran and to share their words, because they reach an entirely different audience that most Muslims can never reach. And I actually go now to mosques and Islamic centers and talk to Muslims about how to present Islam to non-Muslims, because there are a set of questions that people want to have answered, and being prepared for those are important. So I think that's a critical piece of it. And just some of the feedback from my readers and students that I've talked to over the years has helped me kind of solidify my belief that it's important for people of every religion to share other religions. I would love to see, more Muslims sharing what Judaism stands for, and more Jewish people sharing what Christianity stands for, because there is something you learn and you will build bridges by doing so. I shouldn't be, one of the only people doing this. We should be doing this in every direction. So I think this helps to decrease hatred towards Islam. When I am out speaking or people are reading a book by me, it completely changes the game and how they're understanding what's being said. It also helps keep young Muslims safe from terrorist recruiting if they read a good translation of the Quran that is not written for a harmful or hateful reason. And I got feedback from that from Pakistani Americans in St. Louis. Told me, I really wanted a translation. It was simple English that I could use to talk with and explain how terrorist groups actually misuse Islam to try to recruit you. And I got a message from a father in the UAE who said the same. I don't speak Arabic. I live in an Arabic country. I'm Muslim. And I was trying to find a way to teach my sons about Islam and protect them from people who would misuse the Quran and misuse Islam to try to recruit them to do violent things. So I think there are a lot of different positives for non-Muslims to be involved in this as well. And I would hope, and I think this group, from what I've heard, would be open to that. But I think that is something that is a useful line of effort to help people better understand and to build more bridges, because we certainly have a lot of wall makers in this world and not many bridge builders. So I appreciate it. And that's it. Thank you.
Oh, well, you did a great job. Less than a minute left. Thank you so much, Jason. Really appreciate all of your hard work and getting into a field that I'm pretty sure, like you said, got a lot of backlash from within your own community and other communities, but you went moving forward, and that gives an example for other people to keep the work going and to try to make this world a better place. So I appreciate all of your work in that. We have two more presenters left, and I'm going to move to Brother Irshad Alam, and then we'll go to Brother Muhammad Iskandari. Brother Irshad's title of Quran translation is Last Part of the Quran, a spiritual translation and short commentary, and his presentation title is Why I Decided to Do a Quran Translation. Irshad Alam is an independent researcher currently living in Bangladesh. Although he has lived half his life in the US, Irshad is engrossed in writing translation and commentary on the Naqshbandi Sufi text, Maktubat Imani Rabbani, available on the web. His Sufi sheikh has just deputed him to teach the inner initiatic path of the tariqah. Thank you, Brother Irshad, and welcome, and the mic is yours. I will give you a 1 minute indication when that time comes. Brother Irshad? Is he here? Okay, maybe he's having technical issues, and we'll come back to him. I will then go to our next presenter. I will read you his bio. It's Muhammad Iskandari, His presentation title is a bibliographical report on the 21st century English translations of the Quran and its translators. Brother Muhammad was born in Tehran, Iran in 1985. He gained his high school diploma in mathematics in 2003. He then started university in 2004 and began to study English literature at the Alimay Tabatabiya State University in Tehran, where he received a BA in 2009. Immediately, Iskandariya began his master's in English translation studies and did it at the same university in early 2012. He started a PhD in English translation studies again at the same university in Tehran in 2017 and is currently doing his dissertation on the English translations of the Quran in the present century. He has edited a couple of published books and has been teaching English for a couple of years. Thank you, Brother Muhammad. Welcome. So nice to have you here. The mic is yours, and I will give you a 1-minute indicator when that time comes. Please go ahead.
Hello, am I being heard?
Yes, you're good to go.
Okay, I actually need to share my screen. I hope I can do that. So.
Yes, you should be able to click that share screen on the bottom of the Zoom. Are you able to see that?
Well, can you see my PowerPoint?
Not yet, but I'm sure it will come through. We don't see it yet. Yes, yes, perfect.
Yes.
Thank you. It's there. Yes, yes, it's there.
I guess the full screen is better. Am I okay? Okay.
Yes, you're good.
Okay,
just click on the.
So, actually, the topic of my presentation is the report of the 21st century English translations of the Quran. It is divided into translations and translators. I would do my best to do it within 10 minutes, but please give me 1 or more 2 minutes, perhaps, to do it all. A very interesting statistics is that the number of complete direct English translations of the Quran in the 21st century since 2000 to 2023 is 77 unique English translations directly from Arabic, excluding sampling and indirect ones. And the first edition of all these 77 books was published in 2000 or the following years. It sounds like quite an amazing number. Some of the earliest ones is Quran, a poetic translation from the original by the Iranian Fazlullah Nikain. The Holy Qur'an in today's English in 2000 by the American convert Yahya Emerick. And let us move on to the latest one. This is the Islamic Quran, an advanced English translation of the meaning of the Quran, 2021. It was by Muhammad Al-Asi, and he was born in the US to a Syrian father and a Lebanese mother. In 2022, we had the glorious Quran by the late Iranian Rahim Parchabaf Dawlati. We had the Holy Quran again by an Iranian, Dr. Muhammad Azaram. We had the Quran, a Manual for Life, English translation with commentary by the translator from Somali, Ahmed Afi. We had the Quran Beheld, an English translation from the Arabic by the American convert to Islam, Sheikh Noham Clare. And we have the Quran by Taner Ansari, who did his presentation yesterday. Now, there have also been indirect or relay translations, which are not made directly from the original Arabic of the Quran. And since 2000, there have been at least 12 complete and one ongoing indirect English translation. Among the examples are Decoding the Quran, a unique Sufi interpretation rendered from Turkish into English by Ali Aklay, the Turkish female. The Turkish version was by Ahmed Hulusi Akten. We had the Quran, a Journey in 2016. It was rendered from Dutch into English, and the Dutch version after in 2008 was done by the Iranian exile, Kader Abdullah. Another example is the Quran, text and commentary. It is actually from a 6-volume German Quran translation. The German version was by Dr. Angelika Neuwirth, and the English version is being done by Dr. Samuel Wilder from German into English. There have also been some cases of sampling, which refers to cases in which the translator did not or does not know Arabic and has only referred to and compared several English translations to produce their own rendition. These translations can be instances of what are called translation sampling. An example is the Quran by Dr. Abdul Seda Ozatok, the Turkish translator. And since 2000, there have been at least 37 published partial translations of the Quran, embracing just selections from the book or being part of an ongoing project. An example is by the American Dr. Carl Ernst, titled How to Read the Quran, a New Guide with Select Translations containing the translation of 725 ayahs. Universal Quran by the Iraqi translator Sheikh Fazlullah Hari, out in 2021, covers 850 ayahs. There are also some translations which are being done. Reflections and translations of the meaning of the Holy Qur'an by the Egyptian Dr. Ahmed Safan, the Noble Quran by Dr. Zamzam Salibayan. It's actually by a female translator who began her work in 2019, and 10 surahs have already published until May, that is mid-2022. The Saudi Arabian translator, Dr. Walid Blayesh Al-Amri, is also doing a Quran translation. He is perhaps the only Quran translator who holds a PhD in translation studies. Now, translations for children are among other Quran translations. One of them is by the American Muslim convert, Yahya Americ. The other one is the Clear Quran for Kids, Surah 1 and 49 to 114, 2022 by Dr. Mustafa Khattab, an Egyptian one again. Now, there have been some translations whose first edition was prior to 2000 and then revised after 2000. Please note that I have not included these translations under the very first 77 unique translations which I first mentioned. One of them is by the Indian translator, Dr. Viskar Ahmed, the first edition 1919, that is 1999, the 11th 2022. The Noble Quran, a new rendering of its meaning in English, the first edition 1999, and the second revised in 2011 by these two American converts, husband and wife, Abdul Haq Bioli and Aisha Bioli. Now let us move on to some facts regarding translators. The majority of the 21st century Quran translators are originally from 6 countries: Egypt, Pakistan, India, Iran, Turkey, and the USA. So a lot of them hold a PhD and a few of them are a physician. There have been some military officers, including Kevin E. Reddy, who served in both the US Army and the US Navy. His English translation came out in 2016. Jason Kreitz also, just before me, made his presentation. And there have also been some politicians, some Muhammad Sohail Shaheen from Afghanistan, who did his English translation with Dr. Muhammad Dean. He is currently the head of the Taliban political office in Qatar. Some claim to be messengers of God. Asad Sriway from Pakistan and Ijaz Chaudhry from India are among them. And some are outspoken anti-Islam translators. Osama Dakdak, who is an Egyptian Christian, pictured on the left, and Robert Spencer from the US are among them. There have been 6 or 7 Quran translators who have done more than one translation. Zuhur ul-Haq from India did a Bengali translation, an Assamese Quran translation, and an English one in 2000. Dr. Muhammad Mustafizur Rahman, first he did a Bengali translation in 1997 and then a trilingual version, Arabic, English, Bengali in 2001. Sheikh Bashir Mohideen, again from India, translated the book into 3 West African languages, Xhosa, Yoruba, and Igbo, before doing an English translation in 2003. Dr. Tahira Safarzadeh, the late Iranian poet, also translated the Quran. She was the first woman to translate the entire Quran individually in a 2001 trilingual Arabic, Persian, English edition. Edith Yoksel, the Turkish Kurdish one, made an individual Quran translation into Turkish in 1999 and a group one in 2007. Dr. Bosol, the Palestinian Muslim, did his Quran translation into English in 2011 and 2 years before his 2013 Hebrew. Dr. Sami Aldib Abu Salih, the Palestinian Christian, rendered the Quran into French in 2008, English 2016, and Italian to boot. Muhammadin from Pakistan did an individual order Quran translation and later a word-for-word English translation. Now there have been a couple of Quran translators who have passed away since 2000. This is the final section of my presentation. Dr. Mana Ahmad Al-Johani from Saudi Arabia, he collaborated with Dr. Dawood Pichi. Dr. Irving in 2002, Canadian Muslim convert. Dr. Martin Lings, English Muslim convert in 2005. Mansour Amini Baghdadorani, the Iranian one. Abdul Manan Omer, the Pakistani one, and his wife, who is pictured on the right, Amatal Rahman Omer. She actually, just for information, must be credited with the second complete English translation by a woman translator who did her translation with Abdul Manan Omer, her husband. Another one is Dr. Muhammad Moha Ali, the Bangladeshi one who did a word-for-word Quran translation. Dr. Tevfik Roshdo Topozoglu, the Turkish one, passed away in 2008. Dr. Muhammad Qais Jasser, the Syrian one, in 2009. Dr. Shah Farid al-Haq, or Haq, the Indian one, passed away in 2011. Dr. Nuruddin Ozanoglu, again from Turkey, in 2013. Dr. Muhammad Mahmoud Ghali, the famous Egyptian one, in 2016. Dr. Hisham Mahmoud Al-Asawi, the Egyptian one, 2018, who was a dentist. Dr. Irfan Ahmad Khan, again from India, who passed away in 2018. Dr. Lala Mehdi Bakhtiar, Iranian-American female translator, who passed away in 2020. Sheikh Abdullah Raza Nuruddin Dorki, who passed away in 2022. Here, he is standing by the editor of his English translation, his wife Noura Dorki, both American Muslim converts. Dr. Thomas Clary, translator of Buddhist works, who passed away in 2021. Dr. Majid Bahri, the Lebanese one, who passed away in 2021. And 2021 also saw the demise of Uthman Hajison, the American Muslim convert, Sayyid Hamid Al-Kaf Islahi, and Dr. Alan Jones, who also passed away in that year. And here
Muhammad, I'm just letting you know you have your 1 minute marker.
Okay. And picture of Maulana Wahiduddin Khan, the Indian one, whose picture is held by his daughter, Dr. Farida Khanum, who was the editor of his work. Dr. Kamal Omar, the Pakistani one, 2021. The Turkish one, Dr. Ali Ozek, also died in 2021. And 2022, finally, Muhammad Hamed, the Egyptian one. Dr. Qasim Khalil, the American Muslim. And finally, Adam Sabhai, who was born in 1936. I'm sure that he passed away, but not about the date. He actually did the first ever complete English translation of the Quran by a Memon, who are among an Indian tribe, I suppose. And Dr. Nicholas Tarkovsky, who was born in 1922 and in Egypt, Russian parents, logically must be dead by now. And these are the two references. And with that, we come to wrap. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Muhammad, for the extensive amount of research you've done and the work you've done in this cause. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward you. And the amount of work that you put in, it's definitely commendable.
I just need to make a clarification, please.
Sure.
In choosing the translations and translators, I did my best not to choose from translators, to respect the translators and translations whose works are actually participants in this conference, so that others who are not in this conference will be in my presentation. So definitely there was no special standard for choosing them. There was no priority except this one.
Thank you so much. Thank you for clarifying that. And again, thank you so much for your presentation. That was very insightful and a lot of information. I'm sure a lot of people, once your dissertation is published, people will definitely use it as a resource. And please stick around for our Q&A. And so that is our presentation segment. I do want to thank Brother Talal, Dr. Hai, Brother Haki, Brother Jason, Brother Hussein, Brother Muhammad, and Brother Ishad, who I think is having technical difficulties, not being able to get on, and Dr. Hussein, who did our keynote in this segment.
Don't forget me.
I want
Salam.
to. Oh, you're here. Okay, there you go. You have a different
yeah,
name.
no problem, but I'm okay.
Okay, alhamdulillah. I called you before. So Brother Irshad is here. And please, Brother Irshad, go ahead. I did do your bio already, so I want to give you your time for your presentation. So please go ahead and do your presentation.
Yes, I just first want to start by giving a short biography. I'm a sort of independent researcher currently living in Bangladesh, although I lived half my life in USA, and I'm probably going to move back soon. And primary thing I'm doing, I'm engrossed in writing a Sufi translation of the Naqshbandi Sufi text, Maktabat Imam Rabbani, and it's almost done. And it's available on the web, and my Sufi Shaykh also deputed me to teach the initiatic path. Now, a couple of things. Why I decided to do a Quran translation. I felt it was critical to write a new translation of the Quran. Repeated interpretation made the Shaykhs of our Tariqa, I mean the Naqshbandi Mujaddidi Sufi Tariqa, and I followed the Tafsir al-Mazari, which is a Sufi commentary written by a great scholar and Sufi sage of our Tariqa, but this is not considered a Sufi commentary by others because it does talk about regular things. Only it's a traditional commentary where it contains a few Sufi verses, it has Sufi interpretation. So, but anyway, that is the thing, and how my translation differs from the rest. And this is how my translation is different from the rest. This translation interprets the Quran in the light of the knowledge of Tafsir al-Mazari, which is, in terms, comes from our Sufi Tariqa, founded by Ahmed Sirindi Mujaddid al-Fasani. And it's called the Naqshbandi Tariqa, and it's really worldwide. Everyone, all the people who call Naqshbandi actually comes from this branch of our Tariqa. So, another thing is, what are the roles of Tafsir, Hadith, and worldview in the Quran translation? Tafsir, I think, is an essential part. Since I'm a traditional Sunni Muslim, I believe I shall follow the Mufassirs of my tradition, because one can interpret the Quran in many different ways. All Muslim sects interpret the same Quran to reach different conclusions. And since I'm writing from Tafsir al-Mazari, but this is using a Sufi interpretation, but still it's the comprehensive tafsir that gives many different interpretations of the same word, or even word. Even words of Quran, many different interpretations again, different mufassirs. So my job is to choose that interpretation that appeals to me the most. And my personal background does play a role, since I choose the interpretation which I find to be the most spiritual as well as conducive to my Sufi worldview. Now, Hadith interpret the Quran and there's a needed explanation, and my Tafsir al-Mazari, what I learned from, quotes numerous hadiths to interpret the Quranic verses. Religion or ideology of a translator definitely is critical, as the author, that is me, translates and interprets the verses in the light of that. And my translation is full of, as I say, from Tafsir al-Mazari, written by the great Hanafi alim and the Sufi Sheikh, because he's the alim of Hanafi Madhab as well, and he's very well respected in many Hanafi countries like Turkey, even today, I think. And so I'd invite everyone to read my translation and share in the barakah of our Naqshbandi Mujaddidi Sufi Tariqa. Thank you. Any more questions you have? I'd like to.
Thank you, Brother Irshad, for that presentation. We're going to start our Q&A now that your presentation is over, and we're going to do that as a group. And if anybody has questions, they can write it in the chat, and then we will get it over to you. Brother Muhammad, I do want to say that your presentation was on, but it was not playing, so it was just stuck on the first page of your presentation.
I actually made a lot of effort. All my slides had the pictures of all translators, and I just was shocked to know that.
Yeah, it wasn't playing because, like, as you would have to like press the play button, it wasn't playing. We didn't know what was happening. But if you can, if you can email that to us, we'll send it to everyone who's listening so they can definitely have that as a reference with your presentation, so none of your work is lost. I appreciate that.
I do have, I'm shocked.
Well, we should have given you input, but I think some moderators did not notice. I noticed, but I don't want to interfere because it was not moving. Sometimes it doesn't move from one slide to other, unfortunately. Nice to see you, Muhammad Iskandari. You did a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, but actually the very task of compiling all these translated pictures took me so much time, and I'm shocked that the moderator did not inform me. That was their role, and it wasn't my fault. And I already have the contact details of all these translators. If I wanted to share it with them, there was no need for anyone else. So
we apologize for that, Mohammed.
I will host
normally.
Mohammed.
One second, brother Edith. When we are having this conference, we were under the impression that all the presenters were going to manually hold their slideshow on their own. If you had wanted me to do that, I would have been definitely more than happy for us to do that for you. I apologize for that miscommunication. We'll take that on our part as our mistake. But if you can email that to us, we can email it to everybody who's on this watching so that they can see all of the work that you've done.
By the way, I cannot let this go without thanking Brother Muhammad Iskandari, who was essential in helping making this conference become a reality. And I promise him that we will do our best to make sure that his presentation accompanies with the pictures and everything else, accompanies our website. Thank you very much, Muhammad.
Thank you. So now we'll move to the Q&A section of our conference. And this is for all the presenters. And if you'd like to answer this question, you could just raise your hand and I'll call you as you come on the screen with your hands up. The first question is, what are some of the difficulties you encountered in your translation? And everybody's experience is different. It could be a communal issue. It could be hardship of getting resources. But people want to know, what are some of the hardships that you encountered while you were translating? And this is for all of the presenters. So if you want to raise your hand and answer that question, that would be great, and we'll call on you.
How do you raise your hand?
Go ahead. Oh, it's on the bottom of the screen. There should be a reaction button, and then when you click on that, underneath it, they'll say raise hand. But if not, we can just go. Brother Talal, you can start. You did want to start with that, so please go ahead.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Brother Talal, you're muted.
Thank you so much, Sister Farida. Before I started translating, I realized that my state of mind is going to play a role in the outcome of the translation. So I knew that I have to be very focused, and my mind is very clear and very sharp. And I'm not always like so. So I wait for that time when, again, I'm very clear, very focused, and very sharp when I translate. And when I get tired, when my state of mind changes, when I'm not so focused, I stop translating. Also, being able to make a living while undertaking this massive project is basically a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Brother Talal. Brother Jason, did you want to add anything to that?
You spoke to me?
I would concur with those points as well. I think finding a place to do this work is important. You have to find a place where you're isolated. I went on writers' retreats. I had a friend loan me their small guest home behind their home where I could sneak away at 4 in.the whenever my brain turned on and just sit for 6 hours with no internet, with just lots of books and time to do that. So I think finding an isolated place where you will not be disturbed is critical, because it takes so much concentration.
Yes, Brother Safi, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't want this occasion to pass by without telling Brother Jason that blessed are the peacemakers. Your work is known to me, and I like very much what you're doing within your religion and the bridge building mission that you have with others. And I want to bring to your attention two books I have. One is the Quran with the references to the Bible, and the other is the Quran with the references to the Tanakh. I heard you asking if Muslims are working in that field. I just want you to know that some Muslims are. And maybe later on we'll stay in touch and we'll exchange books, inshallah.
Thank you. And I think it's important. It's hard for people to be known for doing that and getting out there and engaging across religions. So thank you to everybody who's doing that. And I know I'm not alone in this group. It's just harder in the broader world.
Thank you so much, Jason, for that. Dr. Hai, please go ahead.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is that from my experience, most Quran is guidance for mankind. It is for all human on the earth, not for Muslims only. Most of the time focus is given that all the translation, all the explanation are designed to address the Muslims, which is not the case. It should be addressed for all human, so that every human around the world knows about its value and content. That should be the focus for our translation. It is not designed only for the Muslims, for mankind. Nas. Many times we talk among ourselves, that is fine, but we do not address the non-Muslims who do not know what is in the Quran. And we should translate in such a way so that it is understandable for them. We will accept that is in the hands of Allah. But our job is Samena wa Ata'na, translate and educate non-Muslims about its background, about its value, about why it is so unique, why it is the latest version of the message from Allah. Those things are missing among us. And that's why non-Muslims think that, well, why should I be read your Quran? I have my own Bible. We believe in the same God. You have your God, I have my God. Why should I accept Islam? So those things should be clarified that no, it is not the same. It is a latest version, final revelation. Every human being, if you are a good Christian, you can be a good Muslim. If you are a good Jewish person, you should know about the Quran, because the same God who sent Bible and Torah, he also sent Quran. So it is the latest version for all mankind. Like you go to the airport with a passport expired, nobody will let you fly, because you have to have the current version of everything, your driver's license, your passport, your everything. Same way, it is not same. Whatever we have from Jesus and Moses during that time, that was good at that time, but not anymore. It is revised by the Quran. That should be emphasized again and again to the non-Muslim. We have a program called Street Dawa. We set a table in front of shopping mall and we distribute free Quran. And there are direct examples where people actually take Shahada within 30 seconds. They like it. They never heard about it. They want to read the Quran. They want to take Shahada and benefit from it. So that should be the focus of our current thing. Whatever happened in the past, we should talk about future. Aristotle says one thing very important, that the young people, they do not want to talk past because they don't have past. And old people always talk about the past because they have no future. So we should focus our attention, not necessarily who translated what, how it was translated, how it was reviewed, all these things, but focus on the future of mankind so they can benefit from this Quran as much as possible. Jazakallah khair.
Thank you, Dr. Hai. Yes, Brother Safi, go ahead.
Sister Huri Nisa, this is a Q&A session. Let's focus on questions and answers because we still have plenty.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yes, that's definitely. Brother Mavi, did you have a question that you wanted to? If you have a question, please write it in the chat and we will get to it. We want to take this time so that presenters can answer the questions and we could do both at the same time. Brother Mavi, if you have a question, you can write it down on the chat and then we'll get to it, inshallah, as soon as possible. Our next question is for Brother Jason. How was your work translating the Quran helped you in your own faith, and then also just the interactions you've had with people around you that aren't Muslim, and what have they said to you?
Yeah, I was often asked when I would give presentations about it, many non-Muslims would say, so when did you convert to Islam? Or many Muslims in the audience would say, why haven't you converted to Islam? But in general, people were just happy that someone was trying to learn another religion and share it and build bridges. I think if you study other religions, you strengthen your own religion, your own beliefs, whatever they are. And if you have no beliefs at all, it will strengthen you because you're understanding deeper how other humans believe in something and what they believe. It builds that bond amongst humanity. So for me, it's been a wonderful thing to study another religion so closely and to spend time talking about it and helping other people understand it better. And the ability to get rid of some people's long-held hateful beliefs is pretty important to me. I'm always amazed when somebody in their 80s comes up to me and says, Jason, in 30 minutes, you changed my mind. I hated every Muslim that I never knew, and I didn't know why. And in 30 minutes, you changed my mind. People in their 80s don't usually change their mind, as many of you know. So I think for me, it's been a powerful thing, and hopefully it's been good for other people.
Unmute yourself, please.
I apologize. Thank you so much, Brother Jason. I do want to remind everyone that the hand raising is for the presenters so that I know which one of them is going to answer. If you do have a question and you're not a presenter, please write your question on the bottom of our chat.
Shahada according to the Quran is La ilaha illallah. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. Muhammad or Jesus later added, it contradicts to the Shahada of the Quran. 29 places, La ilaha illallah, La ilaha illahu. Not a single place Muhammad is not attached because God wanted us is an ontological, logical fact, doesn't need Muhammad. The same chapter 3, verse 18, Shahid Allah annahu la ilaha illahu wal malaikatu ulul ilmi qa'iman bil qist. This is the Shahada of Mu'mins, not Muhammad added. Chapter 39, verse 45, it says anyone who wants to add besides God any name, that person has problem with hereafter. And the only Shahada about Muhammad is mentioned in chapter 63, verse 1. Check that verse. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, we're going to leave the answering part to the presenters. So I'd like everyone to please respect the time and the presenters being here and answering the question. Next is Brother Haki in Turkey. We wanted to know how has you translating the Quran affected your community and the people who have read it? What are some of the feedbacks that you've gotten from those who have read your Quran, and what effects has it had for them? If you can unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself, please.
Yeah, he's translating for him, yeah.
Okay.
I have received from different nations, from many people from around the world, very good, positive responses. Bunu Edip de söyleyebilirdi.
And Edip also can
say the same thing as well. O da söyledi. Yeah. O da anlattı. Evet. And he can explain. O da biliyor. He can explain the responses that I received from all over the world. He also witnessed.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brother Ishad, same question. What are some of the feedbacks you received from your community about your translation? You're muted, Brother Ishad. You're muted, Brother Ishad. We can't hear you. Can you unmute? There you go.
Just unmuted myself, and so the feedback from the community, yes, and a lot. I mean, it has spread a lot over the internet. The internet have been a real game changer. So many of my writings have spread worldwide, and this is generally is very positive. The people who are into the tariq especially, and there's some brothers say it as if the hadiths were not bad enough. Now he has brought in Sufi stories into the Quran translation. He just doesn't have almost all the Quran tafsirs have been written by Sufis. So I don't know what it means, because possibly he's thinking Sufism is a very small group, only a few people are there. No, almost all the Quran tafsirs have been written by Sufis. So
That is, but otherwise, yes, originally a good. The thing is, I just did only parts of the Quran, and inshallah, I'll do the whole Quran after I finish the projects with me.
Inshallah. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you very much.
Thank you. Brother Muhammad, this question is for you. We've seen from the 20th century to the 21st century, there are more Western translators come out with translations. Why do you think this is so, and what has propelled people to come out, more people to come out with different translations from your research?
Is it for me? Is the question for me?
Yes, it's for you.
Oh, sorry, could you repeat that?
It's okay. So from the 20th century now to the 21st century, no worries. You can see more Western translators come out with their own translations. Why do you think this is so, and what has propelled this type of movement to come about?
You need to know why there have been more Western translations?
Yeah, so we have more people from the West translating now in the 21st century than we did in the 20th century. Why do you think this is so? What has shifted to this movement?
Well, I guess a likely major reason could be the 9/11, what happened actually in the US in September 9/11, which actually led a lot of people to get more curious about Islam, and a lot of Muslims as well as non-Muslims, including one of the participants, Jason, as he told us, which maybe he can elaborate more on these. It actually prompted them to actually try to help others get to Islam better. So one of the main reasons for the high number of translations compared to the 21st century could be what happened back then in the US. And perhaps the ubiquity of the internet has also led a lot of people to do Quran translations. And also do not forget that a couple of these translations that I have found, and I did not include them in the statistics, were plagiarisms, were actually exact copies of other translations, which again was to the fact that Quran translations are available on the internet. So basically, trying to get others help in Islam in the West has been a major reason, I suppose.
That's an interesting thought, and definitely a huge contributor into people coming in and translating the Quran from different areas to address that issue. So thank you so much for that insight. We do have other questions as well. Brother Talal, I don't know if you saw your question, but someone is asking for you to translate Surah 74, Ayah 29. I don't know if you need to go back and look at what that is and what that means, and then also translating Alif Lam Mim in Surah Baqarah. You're on mute. You're muted, Brother Talal.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, brother, I did translate 74:29 into it scorches the skin. Basically, the classical understanding of it, which basically is consistent with the meaning of this passage. And Brother Adib, I did, of course, listen to your presentation, and you explained it differently. And I thought the way you did it is interesting. And I don't reject it, because I'm of those who accept that some things in the Quran can be read, understood differently by different people. So basically, the short answer to your question, 74:29, it scorches the skin, and the following verse over it are 19. So I did not even insert angels, because the Arabic doesn't say angels, it just says basically عليها 19, over it are 19. The second question to me, Brother Adib, verse 2:1. In one edition of my translation, I translated Alif Lam Mim into Alif Lam Mim. In another edition, I translated into ALM. And I consider both to be correct, unless someone convinces me otherwise. And I saw a translation. I don't know if the person is among us. I don't think so. He translated it into Almighty, Loving, Merciful. I consider it correct as well. Thank you so much.
Is there a possible just 1 minute rebuttal?
We can come back.
I need to go for shopping. My wife is waiting here. She is the boss.
Sure. Go ahead. You have a minute to have your
Mashallah.
rebuttal,
Thank you
then you
very
go
much.
shopping.
Thank you very much, Talal Itani. Alif Lam Mim, these letters have three functions. One is letter, and the other is also number. If you study the history of mathematics, like Ifra's book, A History of Numbers, the Universal History of Numbers, like Roman alphabet used for numbers, also during the time of Prophet Muhammad, when the Quran revealed, these letters was used as numbers, as digits. Later, centuries later, 2 centuries or 1 century later, they got from India these so-called Arabic numerals. They transferred to Europe. Because they transferred to Europe, it became known Arabic numerals. But during the time of the Quran, people were recognizing this letter Alif as 1, Lam 30, Mim 40, means 71. Interestingly, there is one hadith which is ignored. You know, if 29 chapters of the Quran start with letters, letter combination, Kaf, Ha, Ya, Ain, Sad. And 19 of them independent verse. 19 verses are these letters. And you say hadith explains the Quran. Where is the hadith? No one wondered about this. Right now, everyone is wondering about this. Everyone speculated. And don't you think that everyone didn't wonder, or they knew? I think they knew the meaning of it, but later this meaning was lost by experts. Thank God. They are great experts to hide the truth. But in that hadith, these are numbers. A Jew comes to Prophet Muhammad. I think this hadith must be correct because exactly explains what it should be. A normal scholar can understand. Says 71, Alif Lam Mim. And if your ummah's time is 71, why we should join it? It's too short. And Muhammad doesn't reject him, doesn't say you are wrong or this has nothing to do. It says there is also Alif Lam Mim, means 40 plus 30 is 70, Alif Lam Ra, 271. And then later says, what about, this is also short. He says Hamim, 48. And then he says, I got confused. But in another hadith says, all of them should be added up. Therefore, there is one meaning is already in your own hadith books and you ignore it. One. And the second, in 1974, the meaning of 19 in chapter 74, it was discovered, 1974, exactly 19 times 74 lunar years later, by God's will, it was discovered that this frequency of letters are multiple of 19. And therefore missing this important three meaning of these letters. One is letter, the other is numbers, and also the frequency of these letters in this miracle of the Quran. I think you have duty, my brothers and sisters. I'm not your enemy. If I'm seen, I'm a little bit kind of anxious. The reason I have little time to all of you thinking the same way. In most of the things, you repeat the same distortions and lies. And then you have little kind of differences in how to
Brother Edip, we do have to move on. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Technically and stuff, little itsy-bitsy stuff. But most importantly, I'm inviting you to come to my channel. You will have ample time to discuss somewhat 20 verses, inshallah.
Okay, thank you so much, Brother Edip. We're going to move. Brother Mavi, do you have a question? Because you've been patiently waiting up there. So I will give you the floor if you have a question to ask.
There is Professor Abdullah Khatib, been waiting patiently also.
Yes, Brother Mavi, I will go to him first, and then because he had his hand up from before.
For everybody, Salam alaikum. First of all, I would like to thank IQRA for this great opportunity to have this colorful people from different grounds and different religions. Thank you, Dr. Safi Kaskas, for this important conference. Kaskas, Safi Kaskas. Sorry because I'm reading the English. Sorry for that. Thank you very much, and for everybody, for Mrs. Nahid. My concern is about Holy Quran. Al-Jahid said more than 1,000 years. If you want to translate any text, you must be excellent in both languages.
Yeah.
In the primary language and in the target language.
Yes.
People who are going to translate the Holy Quran, which is highly classical Arabic, they must be excellent in Arabic. Otherwise, they will fall in many mistakes. Therefore, my advice for those who are translating the Holy Quran to learn Arabic before they go to translating the Holy Quran. This first thing. The other thing, we have to benefit from 1,400 years of excellent and knowledgeable people who translate, who explain the Holy Quran. Nowadays, we have more than 11,000 tafsir in manuscripts and in written form. So we have to benefit from their views. We are going directly to translating the Holy Quran and abstaining from their views, some of people. So therefore, we have to stick to the main principles of translating the Holy Quran. If I am going to translate the Bible, I have to learn many languages before I go to translating the Bible. Otherwise, I'll commit a lot of mistakes. Lastly, I can repeat my thanks. I have listened carefully to 2 days of very interesting views. Thank you very much for all of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Khatib. We appreciate your comments. Brother Mavi, did you have something to say or a question to ask, since you had your raised hands up as well? Brother Mavi?
Oh, that's me, Davut.
Yes.
That's from my screen, that Mavi business.
I was like, it's a unique name. So
Yeah, my question, I wrote it on the thing. I'll just read it to what I wrote. It's directed to Jason. And I said, what do you say to me, who feels pain that you are so deeply familiar with Islam and the Quran, since I feel pain that you have not accepted the message? And are you not the only, and you are not the only one for whom I feel that pain. There's so many Western translators, non-Muslims, who are so familiar with it, but they seem to have rejected it, at least internally. So I'm very curious about that. I'm a convert myself. My father was Christian, my mother a Jew, and I chose Islam because they accepted those two. So what would you say to that, Brother Jason, to that pain which I feel?
I think that every religion functions in that same way. So, I have had Christians tell me that they're in pain, that I would actually translate the Quran. I've had, Jewish people say that they're in pain because I understand Judaism, but I have Jewish roots as well, but I do not follow Judaism. So I think belief is a personal thing. It is what you believe in. I don't think other humans should have to pressure other humans to choose a religion. I think it's a personal choice, and I think that there are many beautiful religions in the world.
We said God knows the hearts. We're not judges. We're just simply students.
yes, and I really want to thank Brother Jason for being so courageous and commendable for coming on and having this conversation with us, and really invoking so much information and perception from a viewpoint that we are not used to. And that takes courage. So definitely want to thank you. Brother Talal, did you have something to say? You had your hand up. You're muted. I'm so sorry.
Thank you so much. A question to Brother Jason. Brother Jason, while reading the Quran, did you see anything that told you this is divine? Or was it just the word of a human being to you?
When I read all holy texts, I see the divinity in them, and I've studied almost every religion in the world. I do see that divinity. I think that comes from the faith that people have in that being a holy text, being divine words, being from a god or multiple gods. I think that is part of what humans do to explain how we all got here and what happens to us when we leave here and how we should live while we are here. So I definitely felt that. And I always tell people when I talk about Islam that some of my favorite verses are the ones that no one's ever heard of if they're not Muslim, and even many Muslims I know never speak about. And one of those is the verse that says the most courageous way to act is to be patient and forgive others. And that emphasis on forgiveness and patience, I think, is a message lost to non-Muslims and even to many Muslims that I know, that focus on that. And that is a very divine thing to say. I don't think those words come from humans to tell human beings that you should forgive and be patient with others, even when you're being attacked. And it's something, you know, that Jesus had said many times. This is a very divine thing, because humans don't generally think that way. We want to react and be angry and take revenge. But to tell somebody the most courageous thing you can do in life is to be forgiving and patient, it has to come from God, because humans just don't think that way.
Amen.
That was very beautiful. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate that. Next question, Muhammad, comes back to you. During your research, Muhammad, you've done a lot in terms of the names, acquiring the names of the translators. I want to ask you a question about women translators. I mean, I know we have our beautiful sister Linda here, who I listened to yesterday, and I loved what she had to say, that the Quran needs to be translated in English so that people in different reading levels can actually understand it, because it shouldn't be so complex, right? I remember growing up reading Quran translations that was Shakespearean, and I had to go look up the words and see what those meant. But now we see more women coming into translating the Quran. Can you delve into that and tell us from your research, because you are the researcher here in the translation of Qurans, the amount of women that have come into play in translating the Quran and the significance of that, and why we need more women translating the Quran as well?
Okay, well, thank you. Actually, the issue is that the number of Quran translators, female Quran translators, who have done individual Quran translators hardly amounts to less than 10. I mean, we had the Iranian Dr. Lala Bakhtiar, Tahir Safarzadeh, and a couple of others. Most of the female Quran translators have done it in collaboration with a male translator, kind of to give them I mean, the credit is actually given to those male translators. And when it comes to the female translators, there's also a couple of mistakes which have been done. The very first female Quran translator was in 1985 or 1984, who did it with Ahmad Darwish. Her name was Anna Khadija. Nowhere ever on the websites, neither on the websites nor in the books, has her name been mentioned. And actually, there was also a major mistake yesterday by a participant whom I would not name him, who named Emma Williams as a Quran translator, female Quran translator. And I sent him an email a couple of weeks ago, but I did not know why he made the same mistake again, because Emma Williams just plagiarized another book and does not even exist. I mean, there is no such a person at all, just like a lot of other works of plagiarized works. So basically, when I ask Quran translators about the question of gender, they were of the opinion that the gender of translators does not really make any difference to the quality of translations. It really does not, unless when it comes to the question of gendered language. For example, some of Quran translators have tried to make the feminism, the female translator, the female picture of the Quran more visible, so that it is not claimed that Quran is a male-oriented work, or does not let females to have their voice. So just like the Bible, and just as in the previous session, Dr. Shahnaz Sheikh said, unfortunately, the number of female Quran translators is very limited. There are 2 Quran translators whom I mentioned are actually working on translations, but still, I think that the number is really, really limited. And this is not, again, as a final point, this is not limited to the Quran. In the Bible as well, the religious sphere is a male-dominated one.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Muhammad. I appreciate that.
And just another point, please. Also, Sister Linda Bartow modestly does not regard herself as a Quran translator, stating that I do not know Arabic. So again, the number lowers again and again.
Yeah, the point is that, like, as long as there's movement there and there's production there for women to have that avenue and that agenda to be able to translate, I think is an important thing as well, because sometimes it's extremely, in faith perspectives and faith fields, it's very male dominated. I mean, I work in that field as well. I know how of a struggle that is. So making sure we're making space for women to be able to do that, I think, is an important part of the work that we're doing as Muslims and in this work. Thank you so much, Muhammad, for that. Brother Safi, yes, please go ahead.
The short and sweet answer: the more we show respect to women translators, the more we will see women translators.
Yes,
Simple.
yes. Thank you. Beautifully said, as always, Brother Safi. And with that, this concludes our Q&A session. I want to thank everyone for coming. But before we go, I will hand over the mic to Brother Safi, who is the president of IQRA and who put this amazing conference together in his beautiful mind. He is a great friend that I live very close to, does a lot of great work to bring the light and the beauty of the Quran out. And on behalf of everyone, I want to thank all the presenters, everyone who came on, giving their perspective. We might not agree and we won't agree, but the fact that we can come together and respect one another and respect our views is a great step ahead. And with that, Brother Safi, I give you the mic.
Thank you very much. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له تعظيما لشأنه وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله الداعي إلى رضوانه صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. Dear colleagues, brothers and sisters, at the conclusion of this important conference, I like to thank all Quran translators who participated and all the esteemed scholars who deliver important keynotes. I also like to thank the IQRA team who did a marvelous job on their own without my presence. I wasn't with you yesterday, as I was and I'm still sick. There are people who thought that if I'm not able to attend, the conference will fall apart. Allah proved them wrong. The people of IQRA work as a team, and team work is not dependent on one person. The IQRA team will be able, inshallah, to carry on its vision regardless of who is there and who is not. IQRA's first objective was to provide all Quran translators a platform to meet and to exchange ideas, hopefully to learn from each other, to foster an open dialogue and a scholarly exchange among translators with diverse perspectives on the Quran. The objective, I am happy to report, was met. The conference was held to facilitate the exploration and understanding of different interpretations and views related to the Quran. Toward this objective, we encourage respectful and constructive discussions where attendees may encounter ideas that challenge their own views. The IQRA team promoted an environment of tolerance, mutual respect, and academic freedom, where attendees were encouraged to engage in thoughtful dialogue while respecting the diverse range of opinions. Some Quran translators were not able to survive this environment that encourages pluralism and freedom of expression, either because they were prisoners of their own convictions or because they are only used to a restrictive environment where one opinion is allowed to be expressed. Consequently, we lost some translator through this process. Now, why did we promote this unique environment of freedom of thoughts and the inclusion of everyone who completed and published a translation? These were the only two conditions to include a translator. You have to complete translating the entire Quran, and you have to publish that translation. Simply because we respect every human being as the Quran teaches us, because we know that the human intellect is the greatest gift Allah honored the human beings with, and because we are confident that average Muslims watching this conference are capable on their own to distinguish between good ideas and bad ones, and we would rather leave the judgment to them because we trust them. The conference explored various topics, including authentication processes, ethics in translation, the role of technology, and cultural influences on translations, offering valuable insights and fostering a deeper understanding of the complex nature of Quranic translations. Together, we explore, and we will continue to explore, ethics governing Quran translations, the authentication processes, if needed, for publishing translations, the distinction between translation and interpretation of the Quran, and the impact of culture and language on these translations, and much more. IQRA future conferences will continue to deal with these issues on a more structured and focused basis as we move toward producing papers and publishing them on these topics. Thank you for honoring us by attending this conference, and we will soon announce our future plans for workshops and additional conferences. اللهم لك الحمد كما هديتنا للإسلام وعلمتنا الحكمة والقرآن وتلاوة كتابك العزيز الذي لا يأتيه الباطل من بين يديه ولا من خلفه تنزيل من حكيم حميد. اللهم اجعلنا من الذين حفظوا للقرآن حرمته لما تدارسوه وعظموا منزلته لما سمعوه وتأدبوا بآدابه لما حضروه والتزموا حكمه وما فارقوه وأرادوا بتلاوته وجهك الكريم والدار الآخرة فقبلت منهم ذلك برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم هب لنا رعاية حقه وحفظ آياته وعملا بمحكمه وإيمانا بمتشابهه وهدى في تدبره وتفكرا في أمثاله ومعجزة وتبصرا في أمور حكمه. اللهم اجعلنا به عند الجزاء من الفائزين وعند النعماء من الشاكرين وعند البلاء من الصابرين برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم ذكرنا منه ما نسينا وعلمنا منه ما جهلنا وارزقنا تلاوته على الوجه الذي يرضيك عنا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم اجعل اجتماعنا اجتماعا مرحوما وتفرقنا تفرقا معصوما ولا تجعل فينا ولا منا شقيا ولا محروما. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين. Thank you everybody, and we'll see you soon inshallah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Brother Safi. Thanks for everyone.
Thank you so much to everyone.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.